end stream. Let's see. I'm gonna open an Xcode. We're gonna write some simple apps today. I haven't written an app from scratch in forever, so I need to practice writing apps from scratch. So we're gonna try and build just a simple app from scratch. Nice story, Sasha. Okay, create new project. Create new project, app. I haven't done this in forever. Just test project. Storyboards, no. SwiftUI, neither one. Swift, yes. Testing system, none. Storage, none. I don't want to even use a storyboard. I can't just use UIKit. I don't want to use SwiftUI. I'll do another app later with SwiftUI. Coding stuff. Let's put it in its own area. Let's put it out here. Okay. So there we go. Also, am I not signed into my Apple account? Gonna have to cover the chat. He says she's awake or what happened? Yeah, she's awake. She's watching TV. I'm an L parent, guys. L parent, L parent. So I don't remember when you, I don't want to use a storyboard, right? So we have the main. I don't remember if when you're not using a storyboard, if you can still just have this main and the launch screen without the storyboard. App delegate, this is where the app starts. So for now, I'm just gonna add a label to the screen. And then I want the label to say hello world. So first, let's build the app in the simulator so we can see what it looks like when it has nothing on it. It should just be a blank screen. iPhone 17. Am I signed into my Apple account? Let's see. Settings. They changed everything. So Apple account. Okay, so I'm not signed into my Apple account. Let me sign into it really quick. Clicking on this and nothing's happening. Add Apple account. This is why I couldn't build before. There we go. Okay, so now I added my account. I don't know why it signed me out. Personal account. I don't know if I'm still paying for this. I think I am. I mean, I don't think I would cancel it. Okay, so this is the view did load. Like I said, this guys today, this session we're doing right now is just a session for me to get back into the mode of writing code. I haven't written any code in forever, ever. So this is just me writing code. I think that this main view controller has to be connected to that view controller class. So let me open up the project. This is project navigator and this is the inspector, right? Let me open up the project inspector. Let's look at the details here. Okay, so this is just look through everything. I don't remember how these connect. Okay, they have nothing else here. Maybe here in the scene delegate, UI window, yada, yada, yada. Okay, no, this just controls what the state of the scene is. The app delegate. This is what happens when the app launches, yada, yada, yada. So I don't remember how this view controller connects to the storyboard in question, but I guess we'll find out, right? Where's the simulator at? I thought I launched my simulator already. Where is it? Let's just build again, see what happens. Okay, build succeed. Okay, now this is the simulator's launching. Damn, it's crazy how I don't remember how any of this stuff connects. So it's going to be a rocky road at first, guys. We might have to Google some shit. Okay, so the app launched. The app launched, and as you guys can see, it's just a blank screen. There's nothing on it, right? So now let me do something different here. Let me see if these are already connected because I don't remember how this connects to... I do not recall how this connects to the app. Right? So let's change the background. I think I remember how to do that. Let's change the background. Let's build it again and see if the background color actually changes. Okay, so it did change. So I just need to find where this view controller is being connected because I don't remember how it's connected to the main view. It has to be over here somewhere. I think it's this right here, view controller. So when you're not using a storyboard, because I don't want to use storyboards, I don't remember if the very first view controller needs to be connected to a storyboard and then the rest of them don't need to be anymore. Because this is the view controller right here, right? View controller, go over here. And then it has the name of the class, view controller, inherent module from target. I think what happens is that you don't need this. There is a different way of doing this. So inside of the app delegate, maybe you could call main, and then on main you could assign a view controller manually. But the problem is I do not recall how to do that because I don't want to use storyboards at all. But we'll get back to that in a second. We'll get back to that in a second. Let's add some text to the screen. Let's add some text to the screen. And we can do that by, let's make a stack. Our content stack. UI stack view. At least I still remember how to do this. And then this can be like that, I think. Right? And then in here, it's going to be like a var stack equals UI stack view. Like this. And then return stack. Right? Why is it giving me an error because of the why is it giving me an error because of the constructor at the end? Oh, I think this needs to be equal like that. Yeah. Because it's going to be a function, not a this is just a closure. It's not going to be a computed property. Okay. So then in here, we're going to make this a horizontal stack, a vertical stack. So we can just do stack dot orientation, I think. Axis maybe equals dot vertical. Yeah, there. And now let's make a label, and we'll add the label to the stack. Var hello world label, and this can be a UI label. UI label. Okay. And then in here, var label equals UI label. And then return label here. And then I think that's all we're going to need here. And then in the view did load, let's add a function to add text to the label. Func add text to label. We'll just make something sloppy like this. Okay. And then this is just gonna be hello world label text equals hello world. We'll do that. And then we're gonna add a function to func add label to content stack. Right? Okay. And then in here, I'm just going to content stack dot add, right? I can add them, add subview. And then this is going to be the hello world. And then and actually let's do something different. Let's say view UI view, and then we'll just do view here, view like that. Yo, AK Northern Lights, thank you for joining the stream, bro. Okay, so we did that, and then go to the view did load, and we'll just do add contact label, and then we'll pass in the view hello world, and we will also do the add text to label like that. Okay. And we can do two things here too. We can just say add text to label, and then let's add the label here. So the label is going to be, let's change the function a little bit. Label UI label, and the text string like that. Let's change this a little bit, and then we're gonna just put label here, and this is going to be the text like that. Okay, and then we're gonna add the missing arguments to the function up here. You can just apply the changes like that, and we're gonna pass in hello world label, and then we're gonna pass in the text that we wanted, which was just hello world, right? Like this. Okay, so we got this written out. So now we need to add the stack to the view controller. So we'll just add another function here. Func add items to view controller. He says, I can't understand why my freaking nose is killing me. Damn. Yo, Timothy, thank you for joining the stream. Okay. Add items to view controller, and we'll just let's just change this to add item to view controller. And like I said, guys, I haven't written an app from a long time. I'm just the view UI view. I'm just trying to get the basics down. So this app we're building right now is just gonna be something very simple, and then we're gonna try and add more stuff to it as we go. Okay, so then view, add subview, and we're gonna add the view that we passed in with the function, and we are going to grab this here. We're gonna add items to view controller, and then we're gonna pass in the stack view, which is the content stack. So now in the center of the screen, there should be a stack view, and it should say hello world when we build the app. Let's see if I did this right, because I literally don't remember if I'm doing this right or not. Okay. Cannot add self to subview. This is because the name is view. We got to give it a different name. View items. Let's just name them items. There, items. Let's build it again. Let's see if this actually works. Okay, so it is not on screen. We cannot see it. Why? We added the text, right? Added the text, the label. We added this. So I think that when we add the items, we still need to add the constraints, right? Let's see if I can remember how to do this. NS constraint. See if I can remember how to do this, guys. So NS layout constraint. Because I remember this used to be a pain in the ass to do. All I want to do is put this view in the center of the... Let's just throw it. Let's just try and throw it in the center. So we'll say content stack. And then this is going to be center. Right? I think it is just center. Center X related to view dot center X anchor. I think this is how you do it. I don't remember. I actually don't remember how to do this. To item attribute. Or maybe this is just view related by view. Right. Oh, I don't want to do that. Damn, it's crazy. If you haven't done something in a really long time, you forget how to do it. This is NS layout constraint. Okay, maybe I have to just do that. Equal. And then here, item, I think this is supposed to be view. And then here, this is supposed to be center X, right? This is 0. And constant is going to be 0 as well. And then I think I need to do the same thing again. But here is active. No, there was something else I need to do. I can't remember. When I do these, they need to be activated somehow. I don't think it was just .is active. I got to go back to some old code and figure out how to activate these, but there was a way there's something I need to do to activate them. You can't just throw them in like that. Because right now, these are not going to be active. I remember I used to just make an array of these and then I used to loop through the array. So content stack, this is going to be center Y. Center Y. And I think this is going to be center Y. I don't think it's going to work without activating them. So I'm just going to, what's it saying here? The result of NS constraint is not utilized. So I think that these need to be in an array, and then here. These need to be items. Var center x equals like that. You can do that, and then you can go center x dot is active equals true. I think maybe this is not a just get only, right? Yeah, get set. So you can activate or deactivate constraints. This property, da 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 da. Okay, so that's what you need to do. But I don't need to. I don't think I used to do it like this. What I used to do is I used to go like, boom, and I used to grab all of these, put them inside of an array. So let's just put a comma between these, drop them into an array like this, right? And then I used to go dot for each, and then in here we just went like boom, and then we put like $sign dot is active like that. And I don't remember if I did something like let dot equals this. Maybe I did something like that. I don't remember. He says Kai's not level reading. But we don't need to do this. We can get rid of the we can get rid of this here. I gotta go back to my old code and see how I used to do that. But anyways, let's go ahead and build and see if the text is there now. Why am I getting an error? Blah blah blah. No range subview. A multiplier of 0 or nil second. I don't know. What's the problem? Damn. I'm realizing that I suck at this, guys. I haven't done this in such a long time that I don't remember how to do it. Let me open my old project and look. NS constraint for blah 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 layer da da da. Fill alignment. Fill no arranged subviews. A multiplier of 0 or nil second item together with the location of the first create an illegal constraint. So I don't remember the pattern. Let's just go look. I have some other projects in here I can look at. Open recent. Let's see. Portfolio. Basic chat app. My playgrounds. Let me just open up one of my old apps and I'll just take a look at what I did when I was writing the old apps because I don't remember how to do this. Oh, this is a test app, coding stuff. In here. That was just me practicing. Image picker temp, no. Tutorials, no. Test project, maybe in here. No. Coding challenges, key certs, projects. I feel like my projects don't have this written out, but I'll take a look at it anyway. Instagram. Let's see. Okay, baby. Because the problem with my old projects is that I was using a storyboard the whole time. Come closer. Love you too. Have a good day at work. Oh, the problem I have with this is that I don't think I wrote any of these. I don't think I wrote any of these with just code without using the storyboards. And I need to find one where I didn't use a storyboard. So let's see. I don't think I did any of these without using a storyboard. I don't know why I used storyboards when I was learning to write this shit. Love you too, baby. Drive safe. See, this is use a story. All of these use storyboards. Oh no, okay. Okay, no, I actually did okay, baby. Okay, so I did do this part. I had storyboards and I had some stuff that I wrote out manually. So programmatic views like this, account creation, UI. Okay, so I did do this here. So then how did I set them? Let's see how we set them. Yada, yada, yada. Set publishers. Like, where are my constraints at? I don't see how I set them. Account creation UI view. Let's see. Let's just search for it. Here. How did I add it to the view? Remove from super view. There has to be somewhere else where I was adding them. Is that the only place that I did that in? Is that the only place that I did that in, bro? Everywhere else I used the fucking storyboards? Ay, 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 bro. This is hard, chat. I'm like learning this shit from scratch. Again. Table view. Okay, here. Here. I think I did it here. NS collection layout size. No, this is just for the table view, isn't it? Yeah, it's just for the table view. This code is also so fucking sloppy because this is from when I was just learning how to code. It's like very unorganized. Every single one of these, I used a fucking storyboard. When you use a storyboard, you don't need to set the constraints manually. Which is bad because now that I'm going back and trying to relearn everything, I need an example. I need to look at an example. And I can't find any examples in my code of doing it programmatically. This was the keychain manager. Set layout, UI collection view layout. This is just the size of the things. The cells and shit. Bro, I'm so fucking roasted right now. There's only one class in this whole project where I wrote the these are the tests. Where I wrote out the shit. There's only one spot in this whole project where I wrote out the UI manually. Table view. And I didn't even set the constraints. So it's unclear to me how I even got the stuff to appear on the screen. This is what happens when you don't practice your craft outside of work. Yeah. Now Tavia's starting to cry. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm trying to study. And yes, I'm wearing the same clothes I was wearing yesterday, guys. I'm not trying. I'm not trying. It's not like anybody's gonna watch me. So the only place where I did programmatic UI is on this app login view controller, but I don't see how I added them to the views. Create email text field. Create email. Why do I have them both? Email address text field. How did I add these? Username text field. Create password text field. I do think that I need this. Translates, auto resizing, mask constraint. Yeah, I think I need that. Let me comment out these for really quick because I don't remember what I need to do here. But I think that I need to add the stack view. Stack view, translate equals true. And I think I need to do the same thing for the label, if I'm not mistaken. Label, translate equals true. Because I think that when this, let's build it again. And now it might show up on the screen. I think when you don't set the constraints, you need to. No, I still don't see it. View items. What am I doing wrong here? Add items to view controller, yes. Content stack. Add text to label, yes. That's the label. And then we added this, add label to content stack. We did that, add label to content stack. I think everything's there. I don't see what I'm missing other than the constraints. He says check Discord. Sasha, I'm trying to study, bro. I'll check the Discord when I'm done. I'm trying to study. Now, one thing is with the AI, this has AI built in, I think, set up. But we can set up ChatGPT in here. I can go to my account, sign into the ChatGPT. Sign into my ChatGPT really quick. Why the hell can I not sign into my chat GPT? Like, what the fuck is going on? Okay, fuck it. I'm not gonna bother. Good enough. Okay, so new conversation. Why is text not appearing on screen? Let's see what it does. It's gonna be with the. It's gonna have the constraints. You're using da 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 da. This tells auto layout to ignore constraints and use the auto resizing. You're adding the label to the subview instead of UI stack. Am I? Add label to da, da, da. Add items to view. Did I not do that the right way? Add items to view controller. I did. Content stack. Content stack is this. What is it talking about? So they are telling me blah 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 blah. Oh, should this be false? This is what I needed to. Okay. It's this. That's what I need. And also these are false, not true. And I think that's what they always are supposed to be false when you're trying to do it. And then here, they said to do this. This is what I used to do in the past. Oh, okay, I remember now. Instead of it being NS, okay, I didn't just put them separately. You do NS constraint activate, and then the array of the constraints. And that will activate them. So now it should show up on screen. There. But it's not in the center. Why is it not in the center? Let's see, the label alignment maybe is off. Label dot align text alignment, I saw it. Text alignment equals dot center. Let's build it again and see. Why is it not centered? The content stack. The content stack is centered, right? Content stack center X anchor constraint to equal to view center X. So if the view is alignment center vertical stack dot alignment, let's do center for now and see what happens. It's still not centered, bro. Let's change the background color of the stack. Stack dot background color equals dot red. And let's see where the stack is aligned, because maybe the stack is not centered on the view. Why can I not see the why is the stack not filling in with the color? Background color. I changed the background color of my stack, but why can't I not see it here? The label's not gonna I can't If I do this, it's just going to be a little tiny box around the text. I think is going to be gray. Yeah, it's just a little tiny box around the text. I knew that. So then why is the background color not showing up for the back view? I don't remember. And also, yeah, this is supposed to be false when you're using constraints. How did I connect these last time? Submit button. There must be some way to attach these items that I created in code to the view controller somehow. Like, I don't see where I'm connecting them. I don't see where I applied them to the controller. This is the app login. Maybe I have an app login here. Main app login. There has to be some other way to connect them then. So this is the screen in question. But why login? Or did I just make those just for as an example, but I didn't actually apply them to the actual view? Because I don't see create an account. It's just plain text, create an account. I go over here. Yo, Phantom, thank you for joining the stream, bro. How you doing, man? How did I connect them, bro? Create an account. What is this called? This is a UI button, obviously. But how did I connect the app login? This is the action. Just inside app login. That's for the events. Create an account. Because we have the login area, that's the main thing. Sign in button, email address, password, text view, the logo, right? That's pretty much everything that's here. Create an account. Account creation view, create email. I felt like there was another screen that would show up when you didn't have an account, but I don't remember how I applied. Password confirmation text field, submit button, create account. I don't see how I connected the two things. He says, what we cooking? You launching an app? No, I'm just trying to remember how to build an app from scratch because I haven't built an app from scratch in 6 years. So right now I'm building this little app right here, which is just plain, I'm just writing plain text, just trying to get some shit on the screen. And I was looking at my old apps in the past just to remember what I did. And how to connect the things so that I can build this app. So I'm just starting small first, right? Just trying to get some text on the screen and then I'll work my way up. I need to remember how to write apps from scratch. And then I need to also use the new APIs. So right now we're using UIKit. I want to make an app using UIKit and then I'm going to go back and make an app using SwiftUI. And I'm just looking at my old project because in the past I made crazy projects, right? When I was 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And I'm just trying to understand like how this is connected. But I don't remember. Like I have, I don't want to use storyboards. So these things here are the storyboards where you can build them out and have people, you know, just build them out directly. Like design them on screen. I don't want to design anything on screen because when you work in a real company, like the company I worked for, Phantom, we never use these storyboards because it gets too complicated when there's multiple people working on them. There's too many coding conflicts. So we write everything programmatically. So I'm just trying to go back and build another app programmatically, right? But there's so much things that I haven't done in a long time. Because remember that when you work in a big company, you're not building the app from scratch anymore. And since you're not building the app from scratch anymore, you start to forget how to build them from scratch. Does that make sense? Oh, okay. Okay, I found what I was looking for. I found what I was looking for. So I see how I connected them now. So the app, where's the other screen? This app login screen has the fields, right? I created the fields programmatically, but then normally, okay, so normally at the job where I had that I had currently, all of this stuff, like these views, would not be on the view controller at all. We'd have another screen, another class called like view, something view. It'd be like app login view. And then the app login view would have all of this shit on it, right? It'd have all this shit on it. And then the only thing the view controller would have would be this stuff. It would have this stuff, right? It would have some of the stuff in this view did load. And then it would have the business logic, but the business logic wouldn't be here either. So for example, like create new account, this wouldn't be here either. There'd be a function called create new account, and then there would be a view model. And then this stuff would all be in the view model. And then this function would just call the view model, and it would ask the view model to try and access the APIs on the Google Firebase server to retrieve the data needed. But everything was very compartmentalized and separated out, because when you're working in a group, you can't have this all in one spot like how I did it here. But anyways, what I was looking for was I was trying to figure out how I added the create email text field, the username text field, the create password text field to the view. And I didn't realize I had another folder down here called app login. And then this has an extension in it of app login. And then inside of the extension, I added the constraints for each of those things. So create view for account creation. I guess this happens when the user swipes across the screen. Handle gesture, pan gesture. Create view, add subview. Okay, so this is where we add the subview for the create account creation UI view, right? And then these all had gestures, which when I write a new app from scratch, I'm not going to do this with the gestures anymore. And then I added the constraints, add constraint to account creation, which is this right here. And then I did the ns layout constraint.activate on this. And then I added the constraints for each thing. So account creation UI view, center, equal to the center of the view that they're on. And I think the account creation UI view is just the one that had the container for everything on it, if I'm not mistaken. So we centered it, center X and center Y. And then we moved it over 896 pixels. I don't know why I did that. And then account creation UI view height. We made the height equal to the login area frame height. And we made the width equal to the login area frame width. I actually don't know why I centered it then. There must be some reason why, but I don't know. I centered it and then I moved it up. I think I moved it up 896 points. But I don't think that I needed this because I could have just, I don't know. I'd have to look at the screen when I build it. This is an animation for when it loads in, UI animate. Oh shit. Okay, so I did do things for multiple device sizes. Limits the height to which the account creation view can rise on the screen. Device size check. So I check to see what size the device is. iPhone 11 Pro Max screen size, and then this was the standard iPhone screen size. I didn't know I would. I don't know how I even realized I needed to do this, because at the time that I wrote this, I wasn't employed at any company, so I don't know how that occurred to me. Maybe I had two devices or something. I don't know. I wrote this before I got my job, so handle gestures. This handling the gestures, we don't need to do this like that anymore. Add subviews to account creation view. Okay, so this is adding more items. So you got a vertical stack. You got a drag indicator, which I think is just a chevron or something. Just a rounded corner rectangle to show users view can be dragged. Oh, this is the little button that's at the bottom of the screen. And then we added those to the account creation UI view. And then when we added them, so you have to add them to the view first. And then once you add them to the view, then you can add the constraints. And then you just use ns layout constraint.activate, and then you throw them inside that array. That's what I was not remembering. And then I cheated here. I just grabbed every single item. I grabbed every single text field, and I made an array of them, of all the UI elements. And then I looped through the array. And then I said, vertical stack, add arrange subview. So I grabbed the vertical stack and I added these items to it. Add arrange subview. What's the difference between add arrange subview and just add subview? Adds the views to the end of the arrange subview array. The view to add an array. So vertical stack is a stack. Maybe when it's a stack, you used add arrange subviews, and when it's the other one, and maybe here. What did I do here? Add subview. Maybe we can do this differently. Add arrange subview view, and let's build this again and see if it changes how it looks. Yeah, that's what it is. Get the red, get rid of the red. So when you add a UI stack, where'd I add the red at? I see it. Yeah, it's, I guess when it's a UI stack view, you need to add it as an arranged subview. But when it's a normal view, you can just add it as a normal subview. He says, you saw Claude bot OpenClaw? No, I haven't. What is that? The stack view ensures that the arranged subviews array is always a subset of subviews array. This method automatically adds the provided view as a subview of the stack view if it isn't already. If the view is already a subview, this operation doesn't alter the subview ordering. Damn, bro, I fell off. Phantom. He says, it's the future, mate. AI agents. Sadly, my agents are now my devs. They're adding AI to everything, bro. They're adding AI to everything. Even this has AI built into it now. Look. They're adding AI to everything, dude. All of the tools, everything. I feel really overwhelmed, bro, because I don't know what I'm going to do, Phantom. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to have to go through this again, bro. It's too much. It's too much. Having a job, being locked in, and then all of a sudden you have to start over from scratch is too much. It's too much. Okay, so now let's change this from add label to content stack view to add views. Let's change the name of this to add views. Add subviews. the content stack. And then we're going to change this to views. And then we're going to make this an array. Oh, sorry. We're going to make this an array of UI views, right? And then here we're going to go views dot for each. And we're going to make this so that we can go for each content stack, add arranged, and we're going to do that, right? Let's get rid of this. And then we're making everything so that it's extendable, right? So now let's change this to that. And the name is different too. So let's change that to that. Okay. So that should be incorrect label. Okay, this is views now. Okay. So now we can add multiple views, and I'll show you guys in a second. So then add item to view controller. Items. This is the same thing. Same logic essentially. We can keep this the same though. Add text, the label. So then, yeah, we can do that too. So let's add another label just so I can show you guys what I mean. And these don't need to be vars actually. It's gonna be lets. Let. I think this can be let too. Let. And then we can go here and we can do let complaining Scott. And we'll make this another UI label. UI label. And then we're just gonna do the same thing we did before. Var label equals UI label with the constructor. Label dot translate blah 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 equals false. So we can use our own constraints. Label dot text alignment. And we'll align the text to the left. Aligned left. Return label. And then we'll add a constructor to this. Boom, like that. And then we will go here and we'll say extension string, and we'll say static, like a class variable, static let Scott complains, like this, equals that. Boom. We'll do that. And then we'll just say, guys, I am very worried about the direction that software engineering is going in. I feel overwhelmed and like I am starting from scratch again. Okay, I spelled engineering wrong. I spelled overwhelmed wrong. Okay. Okay, so now we made a static variable on the string class that we can use. So we should be able to go back up here, add a new label, add text to label, and we're going to add the new label, which was Scott complains, I think was the name of it, right? Complaining Scott. And then here we can just go doom Scott complains, right? So we can access the Scott complains property on the string class because we extended the class and we just added it directly, right? So we added the text. Now add items, we can add doom boom, and we can add the complaining Scott label. And now we should be able to build and it should all be there, right? Okay. So you see how it's getting cut off? That is because there's no word wrap on here. So label dot word. Yeah, line breaking mode. Like that. I think that will work now. What is missing here? There's something else. The how does the label know where the text ends? When I add the label to the content stack, I shouldn't have to do anything to this text. This should be able to break itself apart automatically. So here, labels, line count, I think is what it is. Line break strategy, number of lines. The maximum number of lines equals, I think this is supposed to be 0. And I think if I do 0, then it will break it down. I don't remember. No. Let's read the this property controls the maximum number of lines to use in order to fit the label's text into the bounds of the rectangle. The default value of the property is 1. To remove any maximum limit and use as many lines as needed, set the value property to 0. I did set it to 0. If you constrain your text using this property, the label truncates any text that doesn't fit within the maximum number of lines inside the bounding rectangle. To specify which part of the text a label truncate line break mode, I think I already did that. Size to fix. When the size to fix method resizes the label, okay, I think that's what we need. Label dot size to fit. I think that's what I need. No, it didn't do it. Why? So we got the constraint center. I think that the content stack is overflowing. Content stack, leading anchor. Let's just do left anchor. Left anchor dot constraint equal to view dot left anchor. We don't need this. This can just be 0, I think. And then we'll do the same thing for the right. Because I think that the content stack is overflowing. So this is going to be right anchor equal to right anchor. And then now let's see if it does this the right way. Yeah, there we go. And then I think that I need a space between hello world. But let's change the text from hello world to something else. Ranting old man. Okay. And then let's put quotation marks around. Let's put quotation marks around the this. So to put quotation marks around it again, I think it's slash boom like that. And I think over here I need to do slash and then boom like that. And I think now we'll be able to see quotation marks. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got the quotation marks. Let's add a space between ranting old man and the other thing. So in order to do that, I think we can add padding to the stack. Because remember, these are all in a container, right? They're in a container, so I can't, unless I add a complete, like an empty, I could add an empty view and just make the view a certain size. But I think we can add padding. Padding might be the best way to do this stack. Padding, I think there's a space. Spacing equals, let's just do 15. And then let's build it again and see how much space there's between them. There you go. Okay. So now we have this. Now, do I want this at the center or do I want this at the top of the screen? Let's add an image to this. But you guys see how this works, guys? Like little by little, you just start building up more items. And if I apply as a dev, I will show my team to them. I hate AI. This is gonna make me sound fucking stupid, but I hate AI, dude. I hate it. I hate it. What happens if I make the background black? Let's try and make this background. Now, one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to actually add any functions. I don't like writing code in my view did load. I like having everything separated out. So func set background color for main view. And we'll just put color, UI color. And then we'll do this and we'll go view dot background color equals color. And then we'll throw that function above everything else. We'll do set background color dot black. And then we'll make the text for the label. Here, text label, blah, 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 blah. We'll add color to this. So color, UI color. This is gonna be optional. If color, if let set color equals color. We'll just do this. We'll say label text color equals set color, like that. And these equals nil. You can do that so that we don't get these warnings, right? But then I do want these to be white. So we'll add the argument label, well, parameter label. We'll add the argument as white on 1. Let's build it again because I think the stack view is still gonna be white. The background's gonna be black and the stack. Oh, okay, never mind. So the whole thing. Okay, so the stack view is transparent, which I didn't remember that they're transparent, but I guess they're transparent. So then let's add the color here too, the white. Let's build it again. Okay. So now we have a black screen. We have the text. I want to add an image of an old man up here, right? So we'll add a new item up here. I like keeping the views in the same order that they're in. And also remember that I told you guys that where I was working, we never ever wrote this shit to the view controller. So I'm about to grab all this shit that I've just done and throw this on a separate, actually, let's do that now. I can do this properly from the beginning because we're going to expand on this app and we're going to keep expanding and keep on expanding and keep expanding. So let's open up the panel, which I think is, yeah, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And the other one is shift 1, 2. No, I didn't do that. Okay. I can't remember how to open the other side. But I know that this one is just command 1 to open and close this. So we're going to make a new item, right? And we're going to say new empty file. We're going to call it rant view, right? And this one we're going to call a rant view controller. So we need to change what the storyboard has on it because the storyboard has a view controller, but it has it referencing the old one. So we're going to go in here and we're going to change this to rant view controller there. And now when we build it, should still all build the same. They shouldn't change anything, right? Okay, so everything's working the same way. So now we have this rant view, right? And the rant view should be something like class rant view UI view like this, right? Cannot find this needs to import UIKit. import UIKit. Okay. So now all of the shit that we had in here, we're going to remove it. We're removing everything out of here. So this, let's get rid of it. Let's throw it into rant view. And this we will get rid of too. This and this. We'll get rid of all of these. We'll throw these on the rant view as well. Like that. Okay. And then, let's think. This needs to have another item now because it's not going to be in the same spot. So let's just add a new item called var view, and we'll make it equal to UI view optional. And then these are all going to be optional now. Boom, like that. And you'll see why in a second. Optional, optional, optional. Actually, no. What am I doing? It's just that one. It's these other ones are going to be optional. Optional, 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 optional. Okay. And then that's the only place we need to access that. So it says that these need to be unwrapped. So let's do something else here then. Let's get rid of those question marks. Let's do guard let view equals view else return. And that way we don't need to add the optionals anymore because we're just going to unwrap it right here. If the view is nil, then nothing will happen. So we added all of this shit here, right? We added the components. We added the logic to change things around. We removed it from the view controller. This extension on string, we're going to remove it from here. Are we? No, we can keep it here. Let's just keep it here. It's okay. Okay, so then here, we're going to add a new item called let rant view. Normally, you wouldn't just hard code this like I'm about to. But the thing is that I don't have dependency injection set up here. And I don't think it's that critical for this. So now we did rant view. And in the view did load, we can comment this stuff out for now. So we're going to go here after we set the color of the background. We're going to say rant view dot view equals view. What we're doing here is we're grabbing the view for the view controller and we're passing it over to the rant view so that now there's a reference to the rant view on the view controller. And this would create like a reference cycle, but it really doesn't matter because we already know that the rant view controller and the rant view will always be together anyway. He says, have you heard of Flutter Flow? Flutter, yeah, I know what Flutter is. I don't like using the non-native languages to write iOS apps though. Okay, so now we've done that. We've separated out the rant view, right, to its own component, its own file. And we're going to go back to our view controller. And now we're going to say, we're going to change all this stuff around. We're going to say rant view dot add text to label color. And we're going to space this out. Boom, boom, boom. And we had 2 of those. So we're going to go boom, boom. And I'm going to separate these out in a second, but let's just get it to work first. And then we'll do that. Add text to label. He says Flutterflow can accomplish everything you're currently doing in mere seconds. You're doing work that would the way old-fashioned way, my brother. Yeah, Kevin, but you still need to know how to do it, bro. Like, they're not gonna, like, do you guys think that they really are gonna hire somebody for $200,000, $300,000, $100,000 if they're just gonna use a tool to build it? You need to understand how to do it from scratch. And then if they say, okay, we're gonna use this tool, then you can use the tool. That's fine. It will take me 1 day to learn how to use the tool. It will take me a year to learn how to write it from scratch. So the more important skill to know is to know how to write it from scratch. Otherwise, anybody could just be a dev. Okay, this one was ranting. Old man ranted saying. And then this is going to be dot white. And then this one was dot complains. And this was also dot white. Okay. But we don't have a reference, a direct reference to the labels that we want. And in order for us to assign this, we're going to need to know what labels. So rant view dot. This was called hello world label. I need to change the name of this, but I'll change it later. And then this one is rant view dot complaining Scott. And now we also need to add these to the. So then this is going to be rant view, add subviews to da 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 da. Okay, this doesn't need to happen here. We can get rid of that. That has to happen somewhere else. I'll show you guys where in a second. So we got the text that we want from the views. Now this text would not normally be generated here either. This text, the logic telling the view controller what to do with the view would be done on a view model. And I might expand this out and make a view model in a second so that we can also see how the view model interacts with the view controller and the view. Because a very basic beginner way of doing this would be to just have one file and have everything written in the one file. But when you're working in a real work environment, that's not how this is done. Well, I'll show you guys that in a second. Before the point is that the view controller is not supposed to know what the view model is doing, and the view is not supposed to know what the view controller is doing. Every single component needs to be compartmentalized. So we already compartmentalized the view, and we're about to separate out the logic in a second. I'll make another file and I'll call it view rant view view model, and then we'll add the logic that is applied to the rant view to that, so that the view controller is just the middleman. The view is what is actually showing the items to the view to the user, and the view model is the brain of the application, or the brain of this particular controller. So let's go ahead and in here, when this view loads, there needs to be the logic to add this function needs to be called add subviews to content stack. So in here, there should be like an init. And initialize the class before it receives its first message. I think it's this one. I can't remember. Override. This is going to be requires. Yeah, there's going to be a required one. Apply here. So whenever you're going to change the way the behavior of this works, you need to overrides. And this is going to be super init frame.0. And then in here, I think I should be able to call the function that we added. So add subviews to content stack. Add subview to content stack. And then this is going to have those two views in it. So it's going to be content stack. And then, oh, actually it's backwards. Hello world label, content stack. Wait, actually, what? Add subviews to content stack. Did I do this right? Add subviews to content stack. Okay, yeah. Okay, hello, and then content stack. No. Hello world, and then Scott Rants. I keep getting the names confused. These names I gave it were pretty shitty. And I might change those names to something else because they're kind of misleading, and it's even making me confused. And I'm the one who wrote it. So then now those should be added. I think now everything should work. It should build. I might be, let me just double check everything here. So we added the add text, we added the text, and we added the rant view, right? Rant view. Rant view. Okay, we didn't add items to view controller. Items. This function here needs to be up here too. For now, add items to view controller. And then this is just going to be the content stack. Okay, let's build. I might get thrown an error. I don't remember because I think that when you're, let's see. Yeah, okay, so nothing's on the screen yet because are these getting called? They are. So it's not this. What am I doing wrong? I added the content stacks. Func add. We called this, right? Add subviews to content stack. We did. We added them. We did this. I think that the order of how these are getting called is not going to be correct though. Because when we initialize this, we have not called this yet. So what we need to do when we call this, initialize this, we build it. This triggers. Okay, so I'll show you guys something really quick. It's hard to explain what the problem is. So what is happening is that when the view controller is initialized, it's going to initialize all its properties first. The rant view is going to be initialized, right? And all the shit that was in the rant view is going to be put on screen. The problem is that the view did load gets called after rant view is initialized, I think. So we'll put a stop breakpoint there, and we'll put a breakpoint here, and we'll see that this breakpoint is going to get hit first. But the text is going to be empty because there's nothing in there yet. See, this one gets hit first, and then this one gets hit after that. So to solve that problem, I don't want to have to rewrite everything. To solve that problem, we can go back to the view controller and we can just refresh. By adding another function called, we'll call this func. Actually, we don't need to do that. Let's do something else that we learned. Var view did load, and we'll make this a closure. Like that. Optional closure. And then in here, we'll add view did load. I think I can do this. Equals this. And then in here, we'll call that function like that. And then I think now, self. So weak self in, we'll do that there. And then these have to have self in front of it, right? Self, that, self, self. There's a better way of doing this, but I'm just going to do it this way for now. Like that. And I think now everything should be good. Cannot convert UI label optional. Okay. Guard let self equals self else return. Do that. We'll get rid of these like this. Boom. So that they're no longer optional. And now it should be fine. Okay. So then so in this, we assign this value, but we have to call this. So let's go back to the view controller and we will call it down here like rant view dot viewed load like that. Okay, and now I think this is optional. Now I think that cannot use optional type remove why. Is it just here between the constructor and the, yeah, it's between the constructor and the whatchamacallit. Okay, I think now it should work. Fuck me. Okay, so it still didn't do anything. Why? Now it has to be something else. So rant view.view, we made it the view, right? We add the text to these and we load them. We set the background color to black. Why is it not showing up on screen? There's a mistake somewhere. View, this is the view, it's optional. Add items to view controller. I think that when this I think that when we add the add item to view controller, right? This has to be moved out too, because when we get to the guard view equals view, this view is not existing yet. It's still optional. So let's grab this And we will put this in here as well, like right here. Because now when we trigger this, the view should already be an actual view now. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we separated everything out from the view controller. So now you see how the view controller is only controlling, the view controller is controlling what gets shown on the screen, but it's not aware of the layout. Like the view controller doesn't know the inside operations of the view. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a view model and we're going to separate out the rest of this shit because the view model shouldn't have anything at all. It shouldn't be aware of anything. It should just be a bridge between the view model and it should be a bridge between the model, the view, and the view controller, which is itself, obviously. So this scene delegate, I don't want it to be right there. Let's add some folders. New folder, views, new folder, view controllers. And this is not going to be nested in the view. It's got to be outside of it. Okay. And view models. View models. And then we'll add this one outside too. There. Okay, so now we're going to make another, actually, rant view. We got to throw that in here. The view controller, we're going to throw it in here. And now we're going to add a, wait, let's make one more folder. New folder. And we'll call this one main. And then we'll add the main app components to that one. So that's going to be the scene delegate, the app delegate. And we're going to make one more folder for, actually, you know what? Let me not put the, oh, already moved it now. We'll just make another folder inside main. Okay. So we can have everything organized. So now we're going to make a folder in here, folder, and we're going to put art, assets, and then we're just going to grab the storyboards and we're going to throw those storyboards in there. I don't want to have all this shit that's floating around. So we got the art assets in one folder. Delegates. Okay, perfect. Let's build again, make sure it still builds. Sometimes when you move that shit around, it kind of breaks stuff. Build failed. Build failed because why? Cannot find blah 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 info plist. Did you forget to declare the file as an output? Da, 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 da. Okay, so in the build phases, we need to relink this file. This is why sometimes when you move stuff around, it breaks some stuff. I just gotta find where it goes because I don't remember either. I don't remember where it's supposed to be. It's not under signing. It might be under build info. One of these files in here. This one. So now we just gotta find the file again. So it's test projects. There's a new folder. Main. I think now it should build. There. Okay. See, that's the kind of stuff that AI is not going to teach you, HD, or whoever said that earlier, Kevin. Because if you're just using AI, you're not going to even know where to find that, bro. Like, you think a normal person who hasn't built an app from scratch understands where all this stuff is? I don't know if maybe I should go back and change the name back to the wrong name and then ask AI, like, why is my app not building, to see if it will tell me. But like, you're not going to learn that by yourself. Like with AI, like you need to know how to fucking navigate this project file. And most people, if they're just starting from scratch and they just learn everything from AI and they never actually are forced to build an application themselves, they're not going to be able to figure out what the problem is or where to fix it. Like that's something you got to learn by experience, bro. The old me, even when I was learning how to code before, if I had run into the same problem and then they were like, okay, your app is not building because some plist has the wrong name or it's moved somewhere, I would not have been able to find it. I'd probably have to go to Stack Overflow and ask like, oh, my app is not building because of what this, that, blah, 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 blah. And then I'd have to read through a bunch of forms to find out like what the problem is. So you guys are deluding yourselves, man. If y'all think that you're really going to be able to go and land a job making 6 figures and you're just going to base it all off of AI, like you're deluding yourself. That's not how this is going to work, bro. It's not how it's going to work because it's more complicated than that. AI can only help you so up until a certain point, man. It's not going to teach you how to navigate a project or understand what's going on or any of that stuff. And in fact, I would argue that if you're learning everything using AI from the beginning, it's going to make you a weaker developer because you're not going to understand the underlying concepts of the thing that you're trying to accomplish. Because Habibi and AI gonna have all the jobs. Okay, let's add a new empty file here. Rant view model. Okay, so now we're adding the rant view model, right? So we already separated out the view into its own component, right? We separated the view out into its own component. Albeit a little sloppy, but it's fine. We used a closure to have the view respond to interactions with the view controller. This is something I learned at the last job I had, but Apple usually recommends that you do this a little bit different. So what Apple recommends is that you create a protocol. It would be something like protocol rant view delegate, maybe, right? Rant view delegate. And then this protocol would have a func like func view did load, right? Right. And then add the constructor. And then this rant view would have to conform to the protocol, right? So we'd add rant view controller like this, right? And then now it's going to throw an error and say that we need to conform. So we need to add a stub. This would be the stub, right? And then we would add this function that we added here. Instead of it being a closure like this, we would separate all this out into a function. So we would go over here. We'd say, actually, it had to be the bottom somewhere. We'd say something like, actually, it already put the stub for me, right? We copy the stub. We would throw the stub down here, like right here. And then we would grab all this stuff that was in this function. So let's grab this. Let's comment it out for now. We'll just comment out this. And we'll comment out this for now. Move this back up like how it was. Right? We'll paste this stuff in here like this. Right? We no longer need to do that because it's no longer a closure. We can get rid of the selfs if we want because it's no longer a closure. So we can do this. Boom. And then we can go back to the view controller. And then on the view controller, instead of this being rant view, we'll comment this out. Well, actually, no, we won't comment this out. We cannot use optional chaining because this is no longer an optional, but we'll comment this out for now. We'll just redo it. Rant view dot view control view did load. But instead of this being rant view, we're gonna say rant view delegate, right? And then we're gonna make this optional, and we're gonna say rant view controller delegate, like that. And then in here, let me think. I'm trying to think if I did this backwards or not. So this conforms to the protocol, rant view, in here we would just make this, we'd go to view controller, we do rant view delegate equals rant view, like that, I think, right? Cannot assign property rant view to let constant. Oh yes, var, like this. And then I think we can do this, right? But maybe all of these are going to, okay, so this, we can make the protocol also be how can we do this? I think we can do like UIKit right here, right? UI view. Can we do that? Can we add both of them? I don't think we can. Yeah, I don't think we can. I think we need to add. How can we do this? You got to do the opposite. We'll keep this as rant view. In fact, let's just make this. Let's go all the way back. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Let's do this. And we'll just keep this how we had it, right? But then here, let's make this private. Rant view. I think we can make this private so we don't access it directly. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose. Private, like that. I think we can do that. Method view did load must be declared internal. Or so now the view controller can no longer access this, I think, right? Why is it? It still has access. I want this to be private. I want this to be private. Why can't I make this private? Method view load must be declared as internal to why? To match the requirements of the protocol. Can I do this? Private func. I think that should fix that. I want this to be private. Private modifier cannot be used in protocol. Because internal, I want the view controller not to be able to access this without using the protocol. Let's go back. Let's remove that. Let's get rid of this. Because right now, everything's going to work the same way, but I'm trying to figure out why when I call rant view, I'm still able to access this also, you know what? The protocol should be set on the other. This is the protocol. It's conforming to the protocol. We added the conformance function, right? Can I maybe private extension rant view, and then maybe I can grab the view model viewed load function and throw it into that, right? So that, let's see if it gives me a warning or not. Okay, so now if I go to the view controller, can it still access this? You did. Okay, now it can't access it. So now if I try to build, it should not do it. It should fail. Build failed. Method yada yada yada. Method. Oh, but it's saying must be declared internal because it matches blah 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 blah. Oh, I don't want this to be internal. And I can't make this a private protocol, can I? Because if I do that, if I make this a private protocol, and then I try to build, this is inaccessible. But if I convert this to rant, blah, 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 as rant view, I can't access the protocol either. Because the protocol is private now, so I can't, the view controller can't see it. I don't want this to be private. I want this to be, maybe if I make this public, but if I make this public, rant view controller delegate, like that. Yo, Thomas, thanks for joining the stream. And then I grab this and I do dot viewed load here. Now if I build, but I think I might be getting a warning over here, right? Yeah, it's going to say that it's not conforming again. Because of, let's just do that. But now it's going to be public again anyway. My point is I don't want the view controller to be able to see that method. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it private. So now this is going to work. But I think I could have just done rant.viewed load anyway. Also, I wanted the rant view to be read as a rant view controller delegate, not just the rant view. But this is like an inversion of the delegate pattern. Either way, like normally, yeah, this is an inversion. I rather just use the closures because I kind of inverted the pattern, the design pattern. The protocol should be on the view controller, right? So this view controller should conform to the rant view protocol. And then you see how we did rant view.view here? It should be rant view.delegate, and then it would be self. And then here we would have the function for us to call the view did load. And then it would have the logic inside of that. But we kind of inverted that on its head, which I guess really doesn't matter how you're looking at it. But anyways, that's enough. Let's go ahead and separate out the business logic now, right? Let's separate the business logic out. So separating out the business logic for this is going to be pretty simple. It's just going to be 2 text fields. So we're going to do something like class rant view model, right? And then we're going to, let's do add protocol. And then the protocol is going to be rant view model protocol, something like that. Protocols are just the interfaces, by the way. This be func get main text, and this returns a string. And then we're gonna do func get secondary text, and this is gonna return a string like that. And then we're gonna make this conform to the protocol like this rant view protocol, and then it should give me a warning, and then it will just add the stubs. So we'll just add stubs, and we can get rid of this little space. And then the extension on string that we did, we can grab this and we can throw it on the view model down here, and we can make it a private extension because we don't need to be able to see it anywhere else. And then we will go here and we'll say var view model equals rant view model, and then the rant view model is going to be conforming to rant view model protocol. Now I remember something here. The reason why you can still access, because normally we wouldn't hard code these instances, right? We would just have the protocols, and then using the protocols, we would access what we need to access. So then this is going to be right here. Instead of this text, it's going to be view model dot get main text, and this is going to be view model get secondary text, like that. And then if we go back to the view model, it should be return dot complains, and then let's just add another static here, static let narrator text equals this, and then we'll just pipe what we had originally, old man ranted saying, like that. And then this is just going to be dot narrator text, and we actually can get rid of the return because this is something new. You don't need to have return anymore. Okay, so now when we build the app, everything should build out the exact same way as it originally did. There we go. Okay. So the last thing I wanted to do was add an image. I want to add an image above the text. And like I said, guys, this is just me practicing. If you're joining the stream and you don't know what the hell we're doing, I just wanted to practice making an app from scratch because I haven't made an app from scratch in 6 years. So I need to be able to write an app from scratch in case, you know, on an interview, they might ask you like, yo, can you please write an app from scratch that does X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. And if I have not built anything in 6 years, I'm not going to remember even the basics. So this is me kind of just going over the basics to remember how to put this together, like how to add the constraints, how to add the items to the screen, the layouts, all that kind of nonsense, right? This is the first app I'm writing after 6 years of not writing an app. So let's add an image to this. We're going to add the image to the top above the text. We'll say, let old man image. And then this is going to be a UI image view, right? Equals blah, blah. Add the closure. And then we're going to go let image equal UI image view. We'll do that. And then we'll just return image that. And I'm going to keep this simple because the image needs to come from the view model, right? We can't just hard code an image here. We need to have it come from the view model. So we're going to add the old image to the stack. That's going to be added. Where does it get added? We add that in the view load, I think. Yeah, we add it here. Old man image. Okay. So we add the old man image to the stack. Right now it's going to be empty, so there's not going to be anything in it. Build again. And as you can see, there's nothing there, right? So now we need to set the image. So let's go back to the view controller. And we'll say grant view old man image dot image equals, and we'll go to the view model and we'll say up here, we'll say func get image. And then this is going to be a UI image. And then we're going to add the function up here, func get image. And we will do that. And then this needs to have import UIKit, right? This needs to return the UI image. And then here we're gonna go private extension UI image, and then we're gonna say static old man image equals UI image And we're just gonna add a name here. I'm just gonna name it old man. Old man. And then here we're gonna say return old man image. That. Okay. This is optional because it's supposed to be optional as well. And we'll make this optional as well. And then we'll go back to the view controller. And then we'll say view model dot get image like that. And now we should be able to build and nothing's going to happen, right? Because there is no image with that name. So everything's going to be black still. Okay, so now we're going to go to the asset catalog. And I'm going to add an image to my asset catalog. So art assets, asset. We will grab an image. I'm just going to throw an image from my fucking computer. So I could get one from the internet, but we'll just grab one from the computer. So let's grab an image. I'll just grab an image of myself. We'll grab this image. We'll throw it in here. We will do this. We will go to this here. Where is it? Here. We'll say preserve vector. We'll say compression automatic render as default. Where is it? There's something else in here that we need to change. Scale, individual scales. We'll say single scale. Why is there like a little chevron? He says this image blah 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 reference, but file does not have a valid extension. Okay, so what is the extension of the image? Capital JPG. Can we just change that? Does that fix it? No. Old man. That is the name we were using, right? Old man. Old man, yes. Okay, so let's see if this will build with the image that we used. I'm not sure. Let's just see. Because it's giving me a warning with the image. Okay, so it did build the image. Okay, so then now I want the image to hold its constraint. So let's go back to the view. And let's change the settings for this image. So image dot aspect ratio. Maybe it's not content mode equals dot scale aspect fit. Let's build it again. Yo, what's up, Dragonite? Okay. So now we have a little bit of a problem though. You guys can see that the image is taking up hella space in the stack. And then there's like a giant space underneath the image. And then it says old man rant saying, and then it doesn't have the text right underneath it. Let's make the image smaller. See if I can remember how to do this. Frame. Size equals CG size. And then let's just make it like 100 by 100. Let's just make it a square. Let's go ahead and run it again and see if it makes it the right size. Let's try 50-50. Oh, there's also we need to do one more thing. Image dot translate, and this needs to be set to false so that we use our own sizes and shit. Okay, now let's see what happens. Now I think it will be small. Damn. Okay, so it didn't change at all. Why is it not getting smaller? So it's fitting inside the constraint of this, but when it's getting added to the stack, there's not enough space between. Like if I remove this spacing, I don't think it's going to do anything. But if we remove the spacing, what happens? I want the text to be directly underneath the label. Yeah, so it just removed the spacing from the labels. Old man image. Okay. We might have to add a constraint for the label, even though I don't want to do that. Let's do it. Old man image height constraint equal to constant. Let's just do 50. And let's build again and see what happens. See if it makes it smaller now. Okay, so now it made it smaller. But I didn't want to. I feel like I don't think we even need to let's make it 100 and let's do old man image aspect with anchor. There was a better way of doing this than doing both with and whatever, but I'll do both of them. Forget. Okay. So now we should have a little bit of a bigger image and the text should be underneath it. There. And 100 is kind of small. Let's just make it like 300. How about that? 300. There. And then let's make the corners round. Image, frame, corner. I don't know what corner configuration is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've never used that before. I feel like it's frame with max da 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 da. Animation. Maybe it's bounds. No, bounce and frame are the same. They do different things though. And maybe this should have been bounds, not frame. Content mode, frame, layer, corner radius. This is what I wanted. Equals 10. So now it should have a round corner, I think. Still not round. Let's make this 50 and see what happens. Maybe it's bounds dot layer. Oh. Frame dot layer. Why is it not rounding them? Layer. Mask to bounds, maybe. Equals true. And then I think image, layer, corner radius. Now I think it might work. 20. Let's see. I think you need to mask it. There you go. There we go. Try and let's make it bigger. Make the image bigger. Let's just go 500. Okay, 500 is too big. Getting cut off. 400. Okay, 400 is perfect. Anyways, guys, I hope that y'all learned something or at least saw something here. And we're going to keep expanding on this stupid app. Like, I'm going to do more shit. Maybe make this a button that changes the image, or make a button here that changes the images out, or make a table view. I'm going to do a few different things, but this was just a good start. This was just a good start of just getting something on the screen, getting some text, separating it out into a view model, and a view controller, having everything very clean. You see how small the view controller all of a sudden became when it was separated out properly? You got the view controller talking to the view model and talking to the view. So it's getting the information from the view model and passing it to the view, essentially. But it's not really doing any business logic in here. There's no business logic happening in here. The view model is grabbing the data. Now, normally this data would be coming from like an API from a server or something like that. But since we're just doing everything internally, it's just pulling it from the app itself. And then we have the view that's just showing the user what we wanted to show it. Does that make sense, guys? Y'all tell me if that makes sense. Octavia's crying. So I think I'm going to end stream. I just wanted to get a little, you know, a little something out there for y'all. And who knows? We'll see what happens next. Anyways, drop some W's in the chat if anybody's even watching. I see that it says there's 6 people in here, but I don't know how many people are actually in here. I know, baby. I know. Baby. Let's gonna have baby dinner. Babies for dinner. We're gonna have babies for dinner. Grumpy. What's up, baby? He says, look at the Discord. Let me look at the damn Discord. He says, Vegas. He says, Scott Leonard diss track to fit little cousin. Piss me. What the fuck? Yo, Rob, what's up, man? Scott Leonard diss track featuring little cousin, me, Piss Me, and Wendy Testaburger made out with your wife. What?
Scott Leonard, you a bitch. Scott Leonard, you a bitch. Scott Leonard, you a bitch. Let's go, Leonard, you a bitch. Scott Leonard, you a bitch. Scott Leonard, you a bitch. You a bitch. Scott Leonard, you a bitch. Scott, remember when I spent a day with you? You asked for a pair of my drawers. I later did you know.
What the hell?
Remember I touched your booty while we listened to Trey's song. So big booty, so weak. Oil chains are fake. Your dreads, buddy, you're not Drake. Damn, Scott, you can't get cake. Bend it over, make it shake. Scott, I stole your car. Scott's acting real funny while you at the bar. Scott's so funny, you gotta believe me. He already won 50 times a week. Scott, your mouth is like a freak. Scott, I'm your teacher, take a seat. Bitch, I saw.
He's this prime example of why you need to delete Discord.
I put dick in your mouth so you can be quiet. Okay, shut the fuck up.
I don't even understand what he's saying, guys. Yo, this generation is cooked. Sasha Bop is cooked, bro. This generation is cooked. Islas Lamau. Yo, literally, bro, cooked. Niggas be cooked in the head. By the way, Rob, you missed the whole session, bro. Rob missed the whole. I just built this app, dude. I literally just built this simple app. Are you seeing activity? Your daddy's building apps. I'm just practicing because I haven't wrote an app from scratch in like 6 years. So I just built this app that has some text on screen and a photo. I was just explaining to them how I built the app, what steps I took and how I'm separating this out. Now, this is a very simple app, it's just an image and some text. But we separated out the view controller. We got our view controller. We got our view did load function that controls what's happening here, right? It tells the view what to show the user. It tells the view model what we need. It retrieves it and it applies it to the view, right? I got the view model, our view model that has the different functions. Get the image, get the main text, get the secondary text. We got the text, we got the image. We got the protocol that tells the view controller what items the view model has. We got the view model that just lays everything out for the user to see. We added the components we need, the image, the stack that contains everything, the labels. We added the constraints we need. We added everything, the logic for the color of the background, and the function that controls when the items are added to the stack. And I'm just, I'm just fucking around, bro. He says Bailey's at work already. Yeah, Bailey works in the day now. This is the first app that I built in 6 years. Pathetic, bro. He says, you screwed. You're with that schedule. Oh, I know, bro, Rob. I know. But now I can't say nothing because she already switched, so. She already switched, bro. He says, you screwed. You're with that schedule. Yeah, I should have kept her working at night. Because normally she would be sleeping with Octavia right now. And then, I would be tired because I had a bad night's sleep. But I would be able to get work done quietly by myself. But now I got to take care of the baby all day. But at least in the morning, she's more quiet. Anyways, yeah, I built this app from scratch, and tomorrow we'll expand on this app, right? And we'll just keep expanding on it. We'll keep adding more features. We'll add some sort of table view. We'll add a list of images. We'll add a list of images and catchphrases that Scott's. How about that, chat? We'll make an app that says, we'll make an app that has a list of catchphrases and images of me. Just to start off, right? The app will have a list, and then the list will have a bunch of stuff, or we can do something else. We can do something where you tap this button here. It says, do you stream tonight? Yeah, I stream tonight. Rob, the schedule is in the description of the video, bro. If you go to my videos, all of my videos and my channel, everywhere. It's everywhere. If you go to the live stream we're on right now, and you click on the description. What the fuck? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I thought that the schedule was in the description. I think that when it's a coding stream like tonight, like this one, it doesn't show it. But if you go to like the other live streams, like the normal live stream, like the one from yesterday, I'm gonna be big. Let's see. Oh, fuck. He says, you always say that and I never see it. It's not in there. Where is it? Okay, maybe it's just on the videos. I gotta add it to the live stream ones then. On the videos, let's see. On the videos, it is there. See? Stream schedule. Okay, let's copy this. Let's fix this right now. Let's copy this from here. I don't know. I thought it was on all the videos, bro. Let's copy this from here. Let's go to the live stream. And let's go ahead and let's add it to the description so that next time I do a live stream, it's in the description. Shit, what am I doing? I can't edit there. Let's go back over here. Let's add it. Because for this whole time, I thought it was in there. So we got to add it towards the bottom though. Let's add it like right here. Let's add it right here. Let's add it in the middle, towards the top, in the middle. Stream schedule. Okay, let's save that. And then let's go back to the normal streams as well, because I always base my stream off the previous stream. So if it's not in the previous stream, it's not going to be there. So let's go here. Let's go to lives. Let's go to the one from last night. And then let's just add it right here. Just add it right there. And let's save that so that tonight when we do our stream, it will be there automatically. Okay, so now it's there. Now we have it. And then on the actual channel, it's also in the description, I think. Right? Yeah, it's in the description as well. And I'm debating whether I should move this to 8:30 to 10. But we'll see. I thought that this coding stream would have more people in it, man. But I guess, I don't know. You tell me, bro. Am I doing something wrong? Like, is the title... First of all, is the title of the stream we're on right now, is it a good title? Live iOS app building coding. Laid off software engineer job search. Day 108. Is that a good title? Because I don't understand how other people be like putting titles in their thing, like streaming, learning how to code until I get a job, yada yada yada. And it's like they have like 100 people watching their stream. Or do I just have to do this every single fucking day? He says, Toll, you changed since you lost your job. How so? How'd I change? You tell me what you observed. Because me being the person, I don't know. He says codes guy locked in 24/7. The thing, Rob, is that, to be honest, for the longest time, I wasn't locked in, bro. I wasn't locked in. Like I like coding, but I don't like it that much. Does that make sense? So for me to come on here all the time and talk about coding and tech, I hate talking about coding and I hate talking about tech, right? So then it's hard for me to come on here and talk about that shit because I find it boring. My best videos are the ones that are about race, unfortunately, dude. Like my best standalone videos. In fact, so much so that one of my old videos is starting to get mad views. I'm going to show you which one. I noticed it because I saw I was getting a bunch of comments yesterday. I was like, why am I getting so many comments on this video? And then I saw that the video was trending on my channel. Give me a sec. I'll show you guys which one. What's wrong, baby? Let's see. So the video in question is, I think it's this one. This video. I hate white people. The rise of black supremacy. I posted this 4 months ago. What's wrong, baby? I posted this one 4 months ago, but for the longest time, it only had 200 views. And then yesterday, the algorithm started pushing it, and now it has 1,000 views. He says, shitty attitude. You seem desperate, more bitchier, to be honest, sometimes. Just hard to watch, and I do support you. Know this. I'm tired, Rob. I'm sleepy, bro. How am I going to be in a good mood if I'm sleepy and hungry and grumpy? What's wrong, baby? You were doing just fine. What's wrong? Don't spit on my shirt, though. It's because I don't have, bro, because I have to take care of the baby. What do you not like about my videos, though? Are they really that bad? Am I really that bad of a streamer? Octavia, they said your dad sucks as a streamer. They said daddy sucks as a streamer, baby. You're getting sleepy? Are you gonna sleep so daddy can continue doing what he was doing, or are you gonna get crazy on me? Hmm? He says your videos are slop. You really think I'm watching a 43-minute video? What do you mean? Like which one? Give me an example, Rob. Give me an example. Also, why do you say my videos are slop? What's making them slop? Daddy's a slop content creator, baby. Hey, what's that cat doing there? Saw that? The cat was there, baby. It was like looking at us. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Why do you think my videos are slop? He says your last video was 43 minutes slop because no thought in them, just clips and post type shit. It's because I try to mix it up, Rob. I try to add videos that are clips from the stream so that other people that like watching streams might come in and watch them. And I also add videos that are about topics. What time would you recommend I drop them? The reason I drop them at midday is because I heard that it didn't really matter that much. And I also wanted to make sure that I had a consistent drop time. If I drop them in the afternoon, the stream will disrupt the video premieres. He says, my point is no consistency. I mean, more than anything, this is kind of like a clips channel. I'm not like a traditional YouTuber. I'm more of a streamer than a YouTuber. That's why. Like, for example, and I hate to pull up another content creator as an example, but for example, if you go to like an Asmongold Clips channel and you look at the stuff that they post there, it's actually more slop than what I'm posting. Like, this is all slop. Every single video here is slop. There's not one video that's like an actual video. At least I drop real videos sometimes. All of these are just slop clips, literally. Because he's a streamer, he's not a YouTuber. Same with Philion. Philion, he's a streamer. So I gotta post streams too, because if I just make videos, then how will people go to my stream? He says, you got mad the other day saying you put some time in a view and got no views, but as a viewer, I'm not wasting my time. I would say if you see that the video is less than 20 minutes, it's probably a video of me talking. But if it's more than 20 minutes, it's probably a clip. So you thought that the ranking best movies in human history video was ass? This one? You didn't like it? It's slop, but it's the boys, bro. It's the boys chilling. That's why I posted it. I post clips like that because I hope people see it and say, oh, okay, he does streams where he has like Discord calls and he talks with the boys and they talk about movies and shit. Not every single video can be a boring me yapping video. And the problem I have is that the videos that blow up are the ones where I talk about like politics shit that nobody in the stream likes. That's what the problem. The videos that blow up are the ones that people in the stream don't like. He says, didn't even watch it. Didn't even click on it. Were you there during this stream, Rob? Were you there for the movie stream at all? I don't remember if you were there or not. I don't think you were there. See, you missed. This was one of the best streams. That's why I clicked it. One of the best streams. Literally one of the best streams. And what I noticed is the stuff that the people in the stream, he says, I was in and out during the stream. The stuff that the people in the streams like are the stuff that the people that watch videos don't like. Because the stuff that the guys in the streams don't like this Erica Kirk video, it got 1,000 views. The God versus Rog, low tier God, 500. The Andrew Tate shit, 700. But when I'm in the stream doing it, people start complaining like, oh, this sucks. The, whatchamacallit, Vitaly has 1,000. And obviously the stuff that's racist, like the most racist takes, or the videos where I talk about social issues, they get the most views, for me at least. Today I need to make some videos, but I need to study, so I'm not really focused on making videos. That's the other thing. What you guys don't understand is I need to study, bro. I'm studying. He says, let's get honest. How many new viewers have you gotten in the last 3 months? Consistent live viewers, not one time in and never come back. It's because I'm not the kind of content they want to watch, Rob. Or maybe I just suck at this. Let's keep it a buck. Maybe I'm just a bad content creator, dude. Is that what you want me to say? Maybe just like how I'm bad at trading, I'm bad at making content as well. I'm not going to lie and say that I'm some sort of content guru. I'm not. He says, you don't suck. I mean, lately I've been feeling like I do, bro. I'm not even lying. And I'm not trying to sympathy farm here. I'm just being honest. Like, I don't know what the people want me to do or say. Like, the stream we just had, in my opinion, was an extremely boring stream. Like, I'm just doing it because I'm studying. I'm like, okay, like, me doing this is not going to make a difference because at least I'm studying while I'm doing it. But do y'all really want to see me sit here and look at this the whole time? Y'all want to see me sit here and look at all this stuff and go back to my old projects and look at all this bullshit stuff and try to explain all this shit to people and go into like all of the things like oh guys, we're going to go in here. Let's look at the launch screen, guys. Okay, here we have the launch screen for the app. Okay, it's a dog. It's a dog with the one eye that's blue and one eye that's brown. We threw this image on here. Let me go to the main login here, login screen. Okay, they log in here, guys, as a text login, These were all the views on the screen. Like, y'all really want me to sit here and like go through this with y'all? Because this is boring for me, bro. I don't understand how people will sit here and be like, okay, let me explain. Here's the tab view controller. I created the Instagram app, but for pets. And then here it would have the users' images. It would have their profile. Then we have like all of the other views. Then we got the image storyboard, which the profile, it has like their image. Share the profile. The like storyboard. The search storyboard so you can find different profiles and shit. The user's profile. It has their profile picture, their post, their followers they're following, the option to edit the profile, images. It has all the images they have on their profile. By the way, if you guys don't know what I'm showing you right now, on a serious note, I built the Instagram app, the old Instagram app. I built the old Instagram app from scratch when I was learning how to code the first time. That's what I would do. I think that's the best way to learn how to code, to be honest. On a serious note, outside of what me and Rob were talking about, if you want to learn how to code, what you need to do is go to the app store, go to the apps you use every single day, and then rebuild them. And that's what I did. I went in here and I rebuilt Instagram from scratch. I had like the authentication protocols for signing in. I had the authentication for saving the passwords, retrieving the passwords. I had the user profile. I had the account images, error handling, image album, the time frames that, you know, how on Instagram it shows you how much time has passed since you posted made a post. The time frames, the users, user profiles, the sections. And I had the description for, oh, this is the test things, description retriever for the profile. I had an image downloader for the images on the profiles. Collection view builder. It would just build the grid out with all the images that the person had on their account. The follower tracker that would show you all your followers and who you were following. But yeah, essentially I built the whole Instagram app. Rob, but that's what you guys don't understand. I'm not chasing. That is me, bro. I'm not, y'all think I'm pretending to be somebody. I'm not pretending to be anyone. That's me. That's my actual personality. Outside of work shit, that's my actual personality. Like, I'm not trying to be Andrew Tate. I've always been that way. Before Andrew Tate was famous, I was like that. I've always been look, my problem is that people always try to put me inside some sort of category. Like, they want to act like, or they think that I just watched Andrew Tate one day or watched Sneeko one day, and then I tried to emulate them. But the truth is that before Sneeko was Sneeko, before Andrew Tate was Andrew Tate, I was already talking the way I talk about the topics I talk about with my friends and being that same way. I'm not pretending to be somebody. I'm not acting like I'm somebody. That's just who I am. He says, okay, if you're 20, I get it, but you're over 35. Come on already. That's my personality, Rob. Maybe I'm immature, dude. My personality has always been talking fucking raunchy shit. When I was single, getting girls, trying to make money, and flashing and showing off. That's who I've been my entire life. Like, I'm not going to change who I am. You know, the truth is that Andrew Tate ruined it for me, bro. Because now people think I'm trying to be Andrew Tate when I'm just being myself. They'd be like, oh man, Andrew Tate said that. Like, no, I said that before Andrew Tate said it. He says, you don't want the Kai audience, but you speak like the Kai audience. Do I speak? Nah, I don't speak like the Kai audience. I got a mixed balance between the two things. Little Donatello, thank you for joining the stream, bro. How you doing, bro? Yo, W's in the chat for Donatello. I don't speak like the Kai audience, Rob. Rob be trying to fucking, he be trying to hit me with those fucking 1-2 jabs. Like, I'm not going to tell you that I'm not speaking professionally, obviously. That's boring. I had to train myself not to speak professionally, bro. For the past year and a half that I've been streaming, I've been struggling to get back to who I am as a person, bro. Because the problem that you guys don't see is that when you work one of those jobs, a corporate job, and you're around a bunch of fake people, you start to become fake in corporate too. And in the very beginning, when I was streaming, I would use corporate lingo on my streams, which is very off-putting. Even using a word like off-putting is not the ideal word to use in a sentence. So I've been trying my hardest to talk with the common vernacular, bro. Just using normal words. Talking like at a 5th grade level. That's what people want to see, bro. People don't want to see somebody using fancy ass words or being super sophisticated. They just want to see a down to earth or average guy. You know what, Rob? Also, you guys sent me that video of PewDiePie. I want to tell you 2 things that I took away from that video. What do you want me to start with? Do you want me to start with the pros or the cons? You want me to start with the pros or the cons? Dragon Knight says he wants me to start with the cons. So if I'm going to start with the cons, I'm going to say that even though PewDiePie might have been right to a certain degree regarding the quote unquote bowls, extra things that you put yourself through, extra material things you're trying to acquire to be happy, I disagree with him fundamentally. I think that you got to do whatever makes you happy. And if it makes you happy to have 20 different earphones, then more power to you. I'm not going to drive myself crazy talking about, oh, bro, I can only have one of everything. I don't want to be super materialistic. I want to be stoic. I'm not going to drive myself crazy trying to be stoic, bro. I'm just not. I'm sorry. Like, is that going to bring you real happiness? That's the question you need to ask him. I wish I could talk to PewDiePie and ask him, is this methodology that you're implementing in your life making you happier? Because if it's not making you happier, why do it? You're torturing yourself. You're going to lose your goddamn mind thinking like that. Minimalism. Now, minimalism works for some people, but I don't think that the person that's implementing minimalism is doing it because they're thinking through it. Like, they're not over-analyzing their situation and saying, okay, I need to be as minimalist as possible. People that succeed in minimalism are naturally doing it. They're not forcing themselves to do it. So I disagree with that. Now, do you want to hear the pros? The pros are that I did realize that Mr. Beast ruined YouTube. Mr. Beast ruined YouTube because watching the PewDiePie video, I realized that PewDiePie was doing what YouTube was built to do. And when you go back and watch PewDiePie content, you realize that he was just being himself. He's just shitting. There was no high production. There was no over-the-top planning. It was just a guy on the camera just doing whatever he wanted to do. And that's what YouTube really should be about. But then Mr. Beast came along and he created a new arc. And in that new arc, everything is overproduced. Mr. Beast is trying to make YouTube Hollywood, whereas PewDiePie was making YouTube about himself. I was watching the video with Bailey and I was thinking that, and I was like, oh shit, okay. This is the kind of content that I want people to see. The content of a guy just figuring it out himself, just thinking through things, talking about whatever topics he wants to talk about, being himself and just chilling and vibing and being authentic. But what we got instead is a Mr. Beast type of YouTube scenario where everybody's faking it. Everybody's overproduced. Everybody's trying to do a bunch of extra stuff. People are not having genuine moments. Everything is fake. Everything is clickbait. Everything is fucking clip farming. Everything is rage engagement. Like, the platform is ruined. I promise you, in a world where the algorithms valued authenticity, I would be a top tier creator. And I know Rob says I create slop, but maybe I'm just a sloppy person. And I promise you that a lot of people gravitate towards that more than the fake, super polished, over the top, over fucking produced content. But the problem is that the algorithms are not in my favor right now. I'm too late to the game or maybe too early to the game. I don't know. Donatello's a content creator. Donatello, what do you think, bro? He says, Lamau, I said your videos are slop. Don't twist my words. He says, what if you started over and uploaded videos doing faceless commentary? That's somebody else mentioned this to me, Donatello, but I told them that I hate faceless channels. It depends on what the channel's about, right? If the channel's about some sort of science shit or some like, you know, business shit, then I guess it can be faceless. But if it's a channel that talks about other people or stuff that happens, I feel like if it's faceless, it's weak. Like, if I'm going to sit here and talk about somebody else, I want to show my face because I'm standing 10 toes. Whereas a lot of those content creators that are faceless and hide their face, it's like, why are you hiding yourself? What are you hiding? I feel like it's not fair is what I'm trying to say, Donatello, for you to attack somebody while hiding yourself. Like, if I'm going to attack another content creator, I need to make myself equally as vulnerable. I don't want to be like, you know, there's a channel called Bubba. Have you ever seen the channel Bubba? And he talks about like the alpha males. Like, he talks about the Wes Watsons, the Andrew Tates, the Sneekos, the fucking Jack Dohertys. And he like blasts them, right? He makes fun of them and stuff. But then he never shows himself. And it's like, how can I take you serious if you're not showing your own face? Like, you can't have a channel criticizing people's fitness journey, but then we never see your fitness journey. You know what I'm trying to say? That's because I'm chopped, Donatello. That's because I'm chopped. Nobody wants to see a chopped nigga talking. That's the truth. It's like when I put my photo in the thumbnail or not. It's like, if I don't put myself in the thumbnail, I think my videos get more views than if I have my face in the thumbnail. Niggas be like, who the fuck is this chopped guy? But then again, there's content creators like Heck Speaks, and Heck Speaks is chopped. My thing is, I don't know, bro. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, guys. Yesterday, I almost didn't stream. I'm getting to the point where I'm just like, what am I even doing? What's the point? What am I gonna gain from jumping on a stream? He says, because nobody knows you outside your stream. But how are they gonna get to know me if I don't use my own photo, Rob? I gotta power through it, bro. I gotta get people little by little. That's my theory. I could be wrong. You know, I'm a dumbass. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I should be studying right now. I shouldn't even be sitting here talking. I should literally be studying. I should be locked in, writing some code or something. But I'm a little burnt out. That little session we did a moment ago burnt me out, guys. I burnt myself out writing that code, and that code is simple as fuck, by the way. I literally just wrote a little tiny app. Just some text and an image. And remembering how to do this from scratch burnt me out. And the next thing I need to do is remember how to remove the launch screen and the main. Remember how to move the main, because I don't want to have any view controllers at all. Storyboard. So I'm going to remove this storyboard next so that I can pull this up directly without having a storyboard. He says creating videos versus live streaming. Yeah, creating videos is way different from live streaming. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's just two different worlds on YouTube. This channel we're on right now is more of a clips channel than a video channel. I try to release maybe 1 or 2 videos a week and then clips during the week. But I don't think I'm a YouTuber, bro. I mean, I'm on YouTube, but I'm not a YouTuber. And I don't know if my videos even attract people to the streams, to be honest. Like, I would really have to just stick to one fucking topic if I wanted this to grow for real. But like I said, I did the math and I thought to myself, if my channel blows up, I need to have like 400,000 subscribers to make the amount of money I made at my job. So it's probably wiser for me to focus on my job than to focus on trying to create content. Because what are the odds of me having 400,000 subscribers in less than a year? And I have a whole ass family I need to take care of. I can't depend on a little $200 a month from YouTube. That's crazy. It's almost irresponsible of me at this point. True delusion. True delusion. On a day like today, okay, I wrote a little bit of an app. I should go to leet code and I should go do some leet code, at least one leet code problem. That's what I need to do. Well, I need the watch time to go up, Donatello. You're right. The subs don't matter at all. It's watch time. Or if you have a product to sell them. There are small channels that have less viewers, less subscribers than me that make way more money. Because they sell something. They sell a product. They have merch and shit. Or they have a course. I don't have any of those things, unfortunately. Damn, there's so many problems on this list that I didn't do this one already. I thought I already did this one. Yeah, I already did this one. I just never submitted it because there was a problem with my code or something. Oh, I remember now. There was some edge case I couldn't figure out. That's because I did this a silly way instead of just doing it the simplest way possible. Right? A phrase is if it converts all uppercase letters into lowercase letters and removes the non-alphanumeric characters. It reads the same forwards and backwards. Alphanumeric characters include letters and numbers. Why was I not able to get this one completed? It was because there were some use cases where it was trying to say that something was true even though it was not. He says it's all about finding a lane in something that works. But Donatello, I guess for me, you know, maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way, guys. Maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. I'm trying to. This is like an outlet for me. Damn, she's starting to cry again. Like, I want to do something that's gonna be both productive, but also make me feel fulfilled and happy. Does that make sense? And I feel like if I locked in a lane, first of all, I don't know what category or lane I would even lock into. Because I'm just not a lane kind of person, guys. Like, what do I, in real life, he says, that's crazy, Don. Scott, don't get it. But Donatello already found his lane. His lane is reacting to Kai Cenat stuff. I got to do something that's going to make me happy. Like, I want to blow up and I want to get my channel up in the top ranks, but I also want to do something that I enjoy myself. Like, I don't want to do something I'm not enjoying. That's why I stopped reacting to content, because I wasn't enjoying it. I wasn't enjoying it. Like, if I wanted to, I could make this channel all about Jeffrey Epstein. And we could talk about Jeffrey Epstein every single fucking day. And I would get, at some point, I'd get thousands of people watching the stream if I did that. Or we could talk about Donald Trump every single day. Or we could talk about international affairs every single day. Or finances every single day. Or coding every single day. But do I don't find that fulfilling, bro. I guess my niche is complaining about not finding a niche at this point. Like, I don't want to have an echo chamber. I don't want to be sitting here every single day telling y'all the same shit over and over and over again. Oh, guys, you're not going to believe what happened with the Erica Kirk situation. Erica Kirk. I don't even want to talk about other content creators that much, man. That shit is exhausting. I'm just not that kind of person. The kind of person who, like, can lock into one thing. Do I look like the kind of guy who locks into one thing in real life? Do you know how many hobbies I've started and finished? It sounds crazy saying I finished a hobby, but I've gone through many hobbies, guys. Photography. I got to a point where I mastered photography. I'm not even joking. I mastered photography. I mastered lighting, natural lighting, fucking studio lighting. I got a job at fucking Wilhelmina, chat. Do you know how crazy it is for me to tell? People don't realize when I say, like, yo, I was a photographer. They think I was a photographer just, like, taking photos randomly out in the street and shit. Like, no, I worked for a fucking modeling agency, one of the biggest modeling agencies in the entire country. I literally worked for Wilhelmina, and then I worked for Miami Elite. Well, I started working for Miami Elite before Wilhelmina. I have shit on Ford models. I have shit in Wilhelmina. I have shit in fucking Miami Elite. I have shit in BMG. Like, I'm not talking about just being a photographer nonchalant. Like, I had shit in magazines. That I learned how to play guitar to the point where I could do solos. I'm not the kind, I get bored, guys. This shit, I get bored. Even the coding thing. The only reason I stuck with coding is because that was my job, my career. If coding wasn't my career, I would have learned how to do it. I would have made a few apps, published them on the App Store, and I would have moved on to something else. He says, you desire a lot, but you're unwilling to invest the necessary effort. I mean, I'm not going to lie, Rob. Maybe to a certain degree, there is a little bit of laziness involved. I thought about that this morning. He says, congratulations. What does this have to do with your channel? My channel's about me. That's what the problem is. And I'm a nobody. My channel is about me and I'm a nobody. That's what the problem is, Rob. I'm late to the fucking game, bro. If this was 2012 and I was doing the exact same thing I'm doing right now, I'd be famous already. But the problem is that I'm too old, bro. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Unfortunately. So the most I can do is either find the niche and be unhappy, probably burn out and quit, or continue doing what I'm doing and see what happens. I mean, truthfully, everybody's right. I'm right and you're right. We're all right. Yo, Shadow Realm Jimbo, thank you for joining the stream. He says, time to go back to a real job. The fucking trolls. Listen, everybody's right. Rob is right. Donatello's right. Royalty's right. I'm right. Content's universe is right. Everybody's right. The problem with the content creation thing is that you can get there by multiple different ways. He says, Don, he wants to flex a Rolex, but won't get a $300 sign. Oh my God, Rob. Because is the sign going to make or break the fucking stream, dude? Is it? Do you think if I get the sign, it's going to make or break the stream? We can get the sign, but is it going to make or break the stream? Donatello, do you think, I mean, seriously, you think I buy the stream and all of a sudden, boom, I got 1 million people watching me because I have a sign? A LED sign, Donatello. It's not like I'm going to buy the sign and boom, all of a sudden I'm going to have 1,000 people watching me because I got a sign. It's going to be another vanity thing, like the chair. Chair didn't help me do anything. I was a cope when I said the chair was going to make me better. Where would I even put the sign? On the wall right there? My head would probably block it. I don't even know, man. Rob, my thing is I just need to... I don't even know what I'm doing. He says, dude, you don't even know what you want to do. You just want to be famous. Why do you want to be famous? Why can't you just do something you enjoy? But I do enjoy it, Shadow Realm. I enjoy what I'm doing right now, talking. The problem is I don't enjoy when I'm forcing it. Right now, I'm having fun. Rob, I don't know if Rob has been in the last 3 or 4 streams we did, but the last 3 or 4 streams, I know it didn't bring in thousands of people. It didn't even bring in hundreds of people. It didn't even bring in scores of people, but I had fun. I wasn't stressed out. I had fun. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is that maybe I'm going about this the wrong way with the wrong goal. Maybe I should just use this as an outlet. And maybe I never blow up, man. Maybe my content is just ass, but at least I'm going to have fun while I'm doing it, right? You know, maybe I'll continue producing slop trash content, but at least I'm going to have fun doing it. At least I'm going to enjoy what I'm doing. He says, bruh, you be bullshitting. Work isn't all roses and bees. Well, if you're getting stung by the bees and cut by the roses, maybe it is. Maybe it is if you're getting stung by the bees and cut by the roses. He says 20 minutes later, where are the viewers? Round and round we go. He says, you seem very sad. Oh my God. Everybody always wants to tell me how I'm feeling, guys. Yes, I'm chronically depressed, Shadow Realm. He says, you'll make it, bro. Just believe in yourself and don't give up. He says, Scott, you're confused. Everybody's always telling me that I'm depressed, I'm confused, I'm mentally ill, this, that, yada, yada. What I was trying to say a moment ago and I lost my train of thought is that everybody in here is right. And I'm right as well. I'm right as well. It only takes one video for my channel to blow up. If I got one video that got 100,000 views, 200,000 views, I'd be off to the races. Literally. Because everybody keeps telling me like, oh, Scott, nobody knows who you are. You're a nobody. So stop doing what you're doing. It's not going to work. But all I need to do is make one video that gets 300,000 views and people will go back and watch my old videos and those videos will get views. And then I'll be good. And I'll just continue doing what I'm doing. Rob says, haven't heard that one before. What do you mean, Rob? Wait, what have you not heard before? I know what I need to do. I need to get a fucking job. But after that, I just gotta keep the grind up. Like Donatello said, just keep going. There are plenty of other people on this platform that are worse content creators than me and they're popping off. I can do this. He says, you had that already. Saros, Hex Fights, they had the views with you in it. Did they? I think Hex only got 15,000 views on his video of me. But you know what? That Hex video, I'm not going to lie, it did help me a little bit. And it got my name, it got me a little bit of name recognition. But it didn't do that great. It didn't do that great. The video got, let's see, 11,000 views. The video only got 11,000 views. He says, Saros is still getting views with his odd ass. He says, even Rick and you pulled 1 mil views. Oh, the Rick thing really did get a lot of views. I'll give you that. Are there new comments on this? Last comment was 3 weeks ago. My thing is that maybe I'm just not cut out for it, guys. I'm going to keep doing it because it's a good outlet for me to talk, to vent. But maybe I'm not cut out for it. No other explanation. He says, he's going down memory lane. Yo, Royalty, thank you for joining the stream. He says, you need to stop ranking movies. Oh my goodness. Like, I can't lose sleep over it. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I just got to roll with the punches. I got to roll with the punches, chat. He says, therapy session again. I mean, that's what it is though, Rob. Look, low key, I'm going to repeat it again for the people that are in the back. For me, doing this has become my therapy. It's just an outlet for me to vent. Because apparently it's not working for me. I mean, I produce slop. I'm a slop content creator. That's what Rob said. Rob said, Scott, you're a slop content creator. I'm a slop tuber. I'm a slop tuber, chat. So I might as well lean into it full cloth and just lock into the slop. Lock into the slop. And like I said, today, right now, I'm basically wasting time. I should be doing some programming shit. I mean, I did a little bit of programming a moment ago, but I need to do more. I need to do more. Because I need to get a job more than anything. I'm over here fucking around trying to get views when I should be fucking around trying to get a job. Sorry, I was reading something. He says, again, your videos are slop. Stop twisting my words. He says, he's a master word twister, Lamau. Maybe that should be my niche. He is royalty. Did you watch his last 43-minute video, Lamau? Long ass video. I mean, guys, how would I make that video shorter? Somebody answer that question for me. How would I make that video shorter, chat? I just wanted it to be a clip of the segment. Did you want me to go through the video and just edit it down to 10 minutes? Cut out all the stuff that wasn't funny? He says, I didn't even click. For anyone joining, this isn't hate towards Scott. He says, just apply to Walmart if you're unemployed for so long. Oh my God. He says, Scott, they're hiring at Chipotle. They need servers. Stop it, guys. Stop it. Y'all be trying to affect my fucking self-esteem. Do you guys, is that what you want, chat? Is that what you guys want? Tell me the truth. You guys want to have me have a mental breakdown? He says, call your boy content. He has 3K subscribers. You both are master YouTubers. Oh my goodness. One thing is true. At least I post. At least I post. You can't say I don't post, Rob. At least I post, Rob. You can't say I don't post, bro. You can't say, yo, Scott doesn't even post. Nobody can go to my channel and say this nigga doesn't post. He says, start listening to people like Don, Rick, even C. They have the method. Rob, there's many methods though, Rob. He says, when are we doing Among Us stream? Maybe if we're feeling it, we can do it tonight, depending on how many people we have, royalty. My thing is that there's many ways of doing this, Rob. Do you not see how many people are on YouTube succeeding, doing all kinds of different things? Think about it. Christian Codes is doing what? If you ask me, like, do you think if a guy sits in silence, not doing anything, just barely writing some code, if he would get views, I would say no. But we saw Christian Codes, and he has 50 to 100 people watching his stream. Anything can work, bro. Anything can work. I just need to stay in there, like Donatello said. Like, I have to fight the urge to quit. Because I'm not going to lie, there are many days where I have the urge to just quit, bro. There are many days where I have the urge to just never come back on this platform again. I'm just like, why am I doing this every single day? What is the purpose of me doing this every single day? Why am I doing it? Why am I doing it? He says, how am I late? Rob, how am I lazy for not doing that? What I'm doing is arguably harder than what he's doing. So how am I lazy? I didn't do it because I don't like doing that kind of stuff. He says, Code started his journey by watching yours. Ask him. It's not, I just don't like doing that kind of stuff. That's why. It's not that I'm lazy. You think it's easy for me to do something completely different? Like making thumbnails and talking about different, it's hard, arguably harder. If I wanted to do what Christian Code is doing, I could just do it. Like I would just sit in here and do nothing. I would just sit, and I'm not trying to down Christian Codes. I mean, I'm interested to see where he goes, but I'm just saying like that's arguably easier than what I'm doing. I already know how to code. I could sit here and code all day. That's not fun. I'm not going to have fun doing that. Oh my God. He says Scott's just lazy. He wants to do stuff that's out of his realm. I don't want to do some boring code shit is what I'm trying to say. Oh my God. This fucking rocker, man. We need to buy another rocker. we need to buy another rocker because this rocker stops every 30 fucking minutes. He says, people that succeed actually talk about stuff they want to talk about. They have a theme. What's your theme? You have no idea, to be honest. You need to look inwards because I believe you're lost. I am lost, bro. I don't even know who I am anymore, bro. Who am I? Who is Scott Leonard? That's the question we should be asking ourselves, chat. Who is Scott Leonard? And why does he torture himself every day? Is he a masochist? Is Scott a masochist? Unemployed, struggling human being over here. I guess my niche is just complaining. He says someone who's lost. He says, bruh, Scott, I think your expectations are too high. God damn it, masochist. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm just a fucking, I'm a fucking idiot, maybe. I don't know. Why are you guys asking me this? I tried trading. I tried day trading. By the way, Rob, were you in here yesterday? Did you see what happened to me yesterday? I'm officially retired from trading, bro. I officially retired yesterday. Can I says, got the bat signal. You're complaining again. Oh my goodness. He says he lost 1K off rip. I already took the money out of the account, guys. I'm done. I retired. He says, nope, had a shitty day, so I didn't watch you. I lost $1,000 off rip yesterday, Rob. Because I'm a dumbass. Can you imagine being unemployed and you're out here losing thousands of dollars off the rip? He says you could lean into becoming a lolcow. A lot of lolcows get paid well. Do I look like I want to be a lolcow, Shadow Realm Jimbo? He says trading is so easy. He says sell him a course, Rob. I'm done with trading. When did I say trading was easy, Rob? Wait, time out. When did I say trading was easy? I don't think that word has ever come out of my mouth before. Trading is easy. Trading is hard, bro. There is no rhyme or reason to trading. It's all just luck. Rod says, stop the cap when you start in the beginning of the year, a-hole. I don't know when I read that shit. When I read in the beginning of the year, a-hole, I read it in the Johnny Bravo film's voice in my head. And this a-hole, you won't believe what he did next. When is Johnny Bravo Films gonna make a video about Scott Leonard? And this Sharmuta, Scott Leonard. Oh my God. He says, I gave him the method in Discord. Can I go check it out? To be honest, I gave up on him. Oh, bro. I'm just not built for it, Rob. I'm convinced that I'm just not built for it, dude. He says, I gave up too. He only listens to gay ass content. Content's gay ass. Oh, yeah. He says, Scott said at the beginning that trading is easy. Oh, I am cooked, guys. I feel like I'm a failure in life. I'm literally a failure in life. I should be applying to fucking jobs right now, guys. What am I doing on here? I should be writing some fucking code right now, chat. He says, facts, royalty. He said it many times. Well, I blacked out when I said that shit. I was possessed. I was possessed. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was delusional, guys. Okay? Okay? I admit it. I was delusional. Trading, I don't know what's wrong with my brain. Maybe my brain is just fucked. Because yesterday, I started the day up. I was like $200 up. And then I jumped in a ridiculous position and I lost $400. And then I recovered $300 and then I lost $1,000. Like, what is wrong with me? I'm staying at my job making mad money, lost job the next day. You're desperate. That's your problem. Yesterday, I'll admit I was desperate, Rob. Yesterday, I was going crazy with the trading. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me. But at least I can say one thing to you guys. I haven't gooned all year. As long as I don't goon all year, I'm on the right path. That's how I feel. And I went to the gym yesterday. And I'm going to go to the gym tomorrow. He says, patience is not Scott's strength. It really isn't, royalty. It really isn't. You know why? Yesterday, I could have made like $10,000, bro. I fucked it up so badly. The trade that cost me the initial $400, if I had just stayed in it 1 minute longer, I would have made like 10,000. He says, wow, congrats, you haven't gooned, but you're broke. That's the saddest part about it, Rob. The saddest part about it is the trade that I was in. The first trade that caused my downward spiral. If I had just stayed in the trade 1 minute longer, I would have made like $10,000. I bought a short on gold. Gold was going down. It retraced, pulled back. I got scared. I got out of the trade because I was like, damn, I'm down 400. And then as soon as I got out of the trade, it started going down again, and it just kept on going down for the rest of the day. He says, you trade with no facts. I told you it would end this way. I mean, but there, Rob, I'm convinced there's no rhyme or reason, bro. Like, that shit is all just random. He says, you only got into trading because of Junior. I know, I should send him a fucking bill. I should tell him he owes me the fucking $1,400 that I lost. Because it's all his fault. I was minding my own business. He says, baby doesn't look Chinese anymore, lol. He says, Junior is the baller and better streamer. Royalty, please, dude. My brother is driving a truck right now, like a bum. He's worse off than me. He says, the kid could pull more views than you by playing Roblox. Rob says, I'm down so much money right now over the last 2 days. A normal person would jump, but I know it will rebound. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong? He says he's trucking again. What happened to Panama? He ran out of money in Panama, so he came back to truck for like a month, and then he's gonna go back to Panama. He's a fucking retard, royalty. What, baby? You smell rancid. Why do you smell like that? He smells weird. He says Bitcoin on a free fall right now. Bitcoin was a good money play, but I wouldn't invest in it long term. I know, baby, you're hungry. It's 2 o'clock almost. Bitcoin got me pissed. Not gonna lie. Well, I think it's gonna continue going down for a while. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong? What's wrong? He says Daddy Trump needs to pump it again. You're hungry, aren't you? Okay, let me get her bottle really quick. He says Scott's the Jim Cramer of YouTube. If you understand, you understand. Oh my god, dude. Oh, y'all, you guys really want me to just be sad, don't y'all? Just Scott be sad, Scott cry. He says, thank you, Scott, for saying that. We will be back at 100K next week. Oh my god. Okay, she's crying again. Let me just get the milk. Yo, I fucked myself over by making Bailey work in the day. He says, get the milk. It's easy. I fucked myself over when I made Bailey work in the day. Because now I can't get anything done because I gotta take care of Octavia pretty much all day. The only time I get anything done is when she's sleeping or when she's locked in watching TV. He says, it is easy. It's easy to bag bitches. Guys, it is easy to take care of a baby. Does this look like it's hard work? At no point did I say this was hard work. It's extremely easy. What I said is that it's time consuming and that I can't get anything done. Like if I was a female, right? If I were a female and I could sit around all day just sleeping and holding the baby and watching TV, it would be the easiest job in the fucking world. To sleep all day, holding the baby, and then once in a while come out of the room, clean the house, and go back to sleep. He's not gonna lie, you look 45 now. Okay, that was too much, Rob. You went too far with that one, bro. You went way too far with that one. 45, are you serious? A stay-at-home mom is the easiest job in the world if she's not trying to accomplish anything else. If all she's doing is taking care of the kid, she's not trying to learn how to code. She's not trying to apply to jobs. She's not trying to make content. She's not trying to live stream. She's just taking care of the baby all day. Easiest job in the fucking world. I will never take that back. If I were not looking for a job and I could just lay down all day and sleep and hold the baby, it would be the easiest fucking job in the world. The only reason why I said it's hard is because I'm trying. Yes, I moved it with my mouth. Then I can't. My hands are occupied. But if I weren't trying to find a job, I would not be complaining at all. The problem is that I'm trying to actually find a job and I'm trying to do other shit and I have literally no time at all to do anything. Stay-at-home mom. A stay-at-home mom has it easy. Free fucking ticket. A free fucking ticket. He says little O is at the age where she can fend for herself. He says bags add age. Maybe try a face mask during your bath. I'm gonna have to buy those little under eye fucking pads because I don't want to look old. He says he gives neck. Wait, who gives neck? I can't wait till she can walk around and shit. He says face mask and bath bomb. I'm gonna have to, can I? And the candles too, bro. Lady in the music. Lady in red is dancing with me. I'm gonna put the music. I'm gonna put the music, the bath bombs, the candles, the incense. Bro, we're gonna be lit. Super fucking masculine over here. Is that funny? Don't laugh. Is that funny? You want daddy to be singing? Yeah? You want daddy to sing? Lady in red is dancing with me. Na, 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 na. You didn't drink even half of this, so you better fucking start drinking. Oh my god. Now she's trying to play with me. Drink. Drink. This is the milk. Drink. Okay, daddy laughed. Now drink. 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 Oh my god. He says, oh, is picky like Bailey. I mean, if Bailey continues fucking brainwashing her, she's gonna be. First of all, Bailey needs to eat more meat so that the baby gets the meat and the milk, and she tries to eat it too. Because the way things are going, this baby's not gonna want to eat anything other than chips. It's gonna be a fucking chip eating baby. And that's Bailey's fault. I just can't wait till she can start walking by herself and start doing her own thing. That's what I want. Her to just be walking by herself and doing her own thing. So I can focus on the task at hand. Because this whole carrying the baby around all day long and taking care of it is crazy. He says, Bailey ain't a vegan, right? No, she just doesn't know how to eat food. She'd be eating like a bunch of shit that's not even nutritious. He says, bruh, she was just born. When did they start walking on the rise? Can she start walking and shit? Can she get a 9 to 5 already, bro? We need more income in this household. Baby, you gotta go get a job. Daddy can't take care of you forever. You're getting to that age where you gotta fend for yourself. You gotta earn your meal. Don't spit. Spitting's gonna cost you. You gotta pay your rent, baby. Gotta do your chores and shit too. You're getting to that age where you gotta do your chores. You gotta help around the house. Did you change the cat litter yet? He says, male babies take longer to learn how to walk. Well, he says, what's her allowance? I don't know. Do they still hire chimney sweepers in 2026? Yeah. Jack. Back in the day, yo, you sneezed all over me. Stop. You sneezed all over me. Back in the day when they had those chimney sweepers, I could be making income off of her already, man. You could have been working for Scrooge McDuck. Do you want the rest of the milk? You gotta drink. We're not wasting this milk. Drink. Come here. Drink the milk. Drink it. Drink the rest. He says they moved it into that roof department. He says never had a chimney, so I don't know. He says, from the moment I began watching him to this very day, a video showcasing his progress would undoubtedly go viral. Rob, why would it go viral? First of all, how? I don't even know how to do that, bro. That's the problem is, Rob, I'm an empty shell of a human being, bro. If I'm telling you the truth, I'm an empty shell of a human being. I have no personality. I have no creativity. I have no imagination. I have nothing. I don't even have intelligence, bro. I'm a facade, bro. Whatever you're seeing right now on screen, it ain't what's really there. Because I don't even know how to even conceptualize a video showing my progress. How do I show my progress, dude? How would I show my progress? He says, by the time Octavia is 4, your whole mindset will be different. He says, yes, fishing for compliments. No, I'm really not fishing for compliments, Vin. I'm being genuine, bro. I have no skills. I can't even code. He says, overthinking. It doesn't think. Overthinking. It don't think he meant it like that. Like, I don't know how to make a video showcasing my progress. Okay, there's still more milk in there. You haven't finished the milk yet. Oh, you're gonna pull the cable. Oh, damn, she's strong. He says, speaking of Fisher, I'm a fisher. There's a YouTuber that I saw. I'm going to show you guys this channel really quick. And I wanted to make a video like this one, but then I realized that I was incapable of doing this. Here, I'll show you who. Because he had like a bunch of B-roll and shit. Like, how do I even get the B-roll? This guy. This guy right here. This is a small channel, but he has one video that had a lot of views. The video is, which video is it? This video here, 6,000 views. And I thought to myself, how do I make a video like this? But I don't know how, bro. I literally can't do this.
My name is Tanks. Round about 10 years ago, I had a genius idea that sounded something like this. Hey, maybe I should become a YouTuber. And ever since that day, I just could not make even a sliver of that happen. And today
I'm just not that creative.
I have so many emotions and this video is not scripted. I just wanted to turn the stupid camera on and start yapping. Where do I even begin? Ever since
I don't have B-roll of me as a kid.
I was going to be an inventor when I grew up. I was hugely obsessed with Legos. I loved going off.
I don't know. I wanted to make a video like this, but I don't know how to do it. He's always with an accent. And if I just make a video talking and explaining what happened, nobody's going to watch that shit. Why would they click on it, Rob? If I made a video talking about my progress as a parent or my progress as anything, why would they click on it? It's just a talking head video like the ones I've been making. He says, this guy's video isn't slop. You can tell he took time and it's worth watching. I don't know how to do that, bro. I literally don't know how to make a video explaining what I did without just talking about it. And if I talk about it, people are going to be like, it's just a guy talking. Why am I going to watch this? No B-roll, no nothing. Unless I don't even know what to say. If I went back and found the clips of me saying this stuff, but I'd have to still edit it out, and I don't know. It's just not, I'm just not that kind of content creator, man. He says, you got B-roll of the start of your YouTube career. Start there. He says, ask Big Junior for advice. Oh my goodness. You're spitting, baby. What? What are you looking at that's making you so happy? What are you looking at that's making you so happy? He says, when do you burp her? I mean, we don't even burp her all the time. She doesn't get gas. He says, violin, anybody? Oh my God. Yeah, break out the small violin for me, Royalty. Please. I need it. Am I supposed to burp her every single time she eats? We almost never burp her. We used to, but it made no difference. That's what I noticed. So I don't even burp her anymore. Can you please drink the rest of this milk so we don't waste it? Here, open your mouth. Ooh. Okay, take your fingers out of your hands. That's not funny. And drink that. Drink. Drink, baby. Yeah, there you go. Drink. He says, she's fucking with you now. I know she is. She likes to waste the fucking bottles. She likes to like cry for the bottle, then you give it to her, then she fucking starts not drinking it. He says burping makes more room to eat. No. Does it? Maybe I'm a bad parent sometimes. He says, yeah, Vin. Well, I didn't know that one. You guys think I really have know the anatomy of a human being, bro? I barely even know my own anatomy. He says, easy job. It is an easy job, Rob. He says, that's why she never finishes it, Lamau. Guys, it is easy, dude. Yo, Bailey fucked me over with this one, chat. I ain't gonna lie. He fucked me over with this one. I needed to be locked in for real before we had a kid. She hatched the plan before we were ready. He says, once they stop drinking, you burp them and check to see if they want more after. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Well, you learn something new every single day, don't you, On the Rise? You learn something new every single day. He says, imagine chat teaching you how to raise your child. Sounds like a video. Rob, I'm just not creative, bro. Like, Rob always be giving me all these ideas. And I'm just like, how do I, first of all, I can't even come up with the ideas originally. And second of all, how do I implement that? I'm just a fucking drone, guys. I'm realizing that I'm the NPC. I'm the NPC. Okay, let me burp her and see what happens. I got a black shirt on, so she better not spit on me. Okay, let's see. He says, you are creative. You just doubt it will have the impact you want to have. It's two different things. This morning, I was going to make a video and I decided not to make it because I felt like it was going to be ass. Maybe I just don't have enough self-confidence anymore, man. He says, this is why Habibi replacing you. I lost my self-confidence. He says, Scott, you bursting in her, so that's your fault. Royalty, I mean, shit, bro. I didn't plan it, though. He says, you done the hardest part, pushing live. Once you drop your ego and take advice, it will become easier. All right, Rob, you make it sound like it's so easy, bro. You guys don't realize that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I literally don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Y'all think that, like, I don't know what you guys think, bro. Maybe my brain is just broken. Okay, do you want to watch your show or do you want to eat more food? Because now you're staring at the TV. He says, burping every 3 to 4 ounces online. He says, same guy giving Rick and other big streamers advice. Shake my head rather than asking for advice. Rick, Rob, do you know how many viewers Rick gets when he goes live? Do you know how many viewers Rick gets when he goes live? He has the same amount of viewers as me. Literally. He can barely break 25. And I was going to ask Heck for advice, but Heck got all bitchy about everything. So the only person I have left to ask for advice is Contents Universe. Okay, let's see if she can drink the rest of this, the last bit of this milk. Hey. Okay, let me put it back in the rocker, and then I'm going to talk for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to end the stream. I'm in the process of creating my iPad kid. That she wants to play. Maybe I am a bad parent because why am I on here instead of taking care of my kid, chat? And by the way, while we're in here, let me drop something for you guys. Let's do this. Let's do this for you guys. I'll send 5 now and I'll do 5 in the afternoon. Oh, finally it gave the gifted to some people who might have deserved it. 626 King, Kanai, Royalty. Finally gave it to a few people that deserved it. Why can I not hear it? Did it make the sound? Can you guys hear the sound? Or is there no longer a sound now? It made no sound. He says, when's her tablet arrive? He says, we hear it. That's strange. I couldn't hear it. So it did make the sound on the rise? He says, Vin got skipped. He says, yeah, I hear it. What the fuck? Why can't I hear it? Weird. Weird.
Not using.
Because that, yeah, there's sound here. I don't know why I couldn't hear it. I don't hear it. Well, as long as you guys hear it, I guess that's all that matters, right? Okay, before I end stream, maybe we should try to do a problem. Should we? This problem was, what is it? Given an integer number, repeatedly add all its digits until the results has only one digit and return it. Interesting. How would I do that? I'm assuming I would convert it into a string first, right? That's the only way I could separate the positions, I would think. So, let's think how we can do this. Var string num equals string num, like that. And then components. But once it's a string, split. There is no split I can do because let's just map them. Dot map. If I do that, then nums should be, yeah. And then we can just wrap this again, right? And that way, it'll be an array of strings, I think, right? Yeah. And then we broke them down into an array of strings. And then we're going to add each one to the next item. So that's just going to be a basic sum, right? And then when the value is one item, then we will return it back. So we're breaking them down. We're going to add them up, right? So var sum will just go equals just go equals 0 like that, right? And then we're going to go return add digits. And then here it's going to be the sum. Like that. So we're going to make it a recursion. And then we're going to say after we break this down, we're going to say let's think guard string num dot count greater than 1 else return num like that, right? So far we're looping through. We broke this down into a string. We are counting the amount. If the amount is greater than 1, we pass this guard. If the amount is less than 1, we return the num, right? We got the sum amount here. And we're going to go string num dot reduce, and we're going to reduce it into the sum. Actually, let's do the other reduce function. Reduce into this one, right? And then we're going to say sum here. And then we're going to add the closure. And in here, we're going to put current sum and then value in, right? And then it's going to be sum equals this, like that, right? And then, because what? It says grab the numbers, output, given the integer, repeatedly add all its digits until the result has only one digit and return it. Okay, so now we're gonna do current sum plus equals value, right? And then the value needs to be wrapped again into a string. I know, into an int. Like that. Right? Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's run it and see what happens. He says quick round of arc. Quick round of arc would be crazy. Okay. So it looks like we passed the two tests that they have here. Let's go ahead and run it, submit it, and see what happens. Okay, first try, guys. Let's fucking go. First fucking try. Now, is this the ideal solution? I don't know. So let's go see what other people proposed. Let me see what Octavia is doing. She's screaming. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong, baby? Almost done. He says, hired at Burger King. When can you start? No, but that was the first try, guys. Yo, Spencer Ashworth, thank you for joining the stream. That was the first try. He says, I still didn't get a gift membership. This is BS already. It's random, that's why. Let me see. Do you guys want me to gift the remaining 5 I have right now, or should I wait until this afternoon to do that? This is O log of n. Let me think. Is there a better way of doing this, though? Is there a smarter way of doing this? I converted the number into a string. I mapped it into an array. Then I made sure that the amount was greater than 1, or I returned the number. Then I cannot think of a better way. There might be a better way, though. There might be a better way. I'm thinking. Damn, she's making a lot of noise now, guys. He says, Scott got a barista vibe, lol. Let's see what other people's solutions were. Let's see what other people's solutions were. Okay, so this guy, he said var nums equals n, result equals an integer. He says if n is greater than 10, no, if n is less than 10, return n. While n is greater than 10, dividend n divided by 10, remainder, result, n equals result. Okay, I need to figure out what he did here. What kind of math is that? He did this completely different from how I did it. He says 11 viewers. Interesting. He says, I think she shit herself. I'm gonna have to grab her really quick while I think through this problem and figure out what the fuck did this guy do? Are you young? Stop yelling. Stop yelling, baby. Like she's making like all kinds of crazy noises. He says, change her already, deadbeat dad. She's not, she didn't do it yet. She didn't, I don't think she pooped yet. He says, she either shit herself or she's mad because it's the 8th time of Elmo rerun episode. Stop yelling is crazy. First of all, I stopped watching the Sesame Street shit. She's watching Land Before Time at reruns. She'll stop in a second. I gotta study, guys. I'm sorry, but I have to study. So let's see what this guy did. Let's figure out the math here. He says, while the number is greater than 10, but then he divides the number by 10, right? So he divides the number by 10. And then, wait, he divides the number by 10. Then he gets a remainder. And remainder 10. And then he says the dividend plus the remainder equals the result. So if the number was 22, he divided by 10. So 22 divided by 10 is going to be 20, right? Well, 10, it's going to be 2. So that would be 2. And then the remainder and divided by would be 2. And then he added them together. Oh, this is how he broke the number down. I guess this is smart. He says, can't you lock her in the cage or something? Place. Where's my shot caller? Let me hit the shot caller really quick. Place, Octavia, place. Place, baby. He says 22 divided by 10 is 20. No, 22 divided by 10 is 2. I was not thinking clearly, Vin. It's 2. But that's how he broke the number down. So he broke the number down by breaking it into its components, right? So if it was 200, he would break 200. 200 divided by 10 is 20, right? And then he would add the 20 by each component because he's breaking the number down. And then he's adding them all up. And then he's making end the result. So he's adding them back up. And then he's just looping. He's just looping until he's done. But this while loop is what's breaking it down right here, right? This while loop. So he just breaks the while loop down over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then he returns the result of that. Whereas I kind of did something similar, but I feel like my solution was a little bit more sophisticated. This was more mathematical. Let's go see what other people did. Solved in 0 of 1 time space. Motherfucker, bro. I'm stupid, chat. I'm a fucking idiot. There's always some motherfucker on this website that solves the problem with one line. Like, this nigga solved it with 1 line of code. Nums minus 1. Nums minus 1 divided by remainder of 9 plus 1. I don't even understand how this works. There's always some fucking person who's just like I don't understand how this even works. So if the number was 10, 10 minus 1, I can't even, if the number was 10, 10 minus 1 is 9. 9 remainder of 9 is going to be 0. 9 plus 0 plus 1 is 1. That wouldn't make sense though. Oh, well, 9 wouldn't work because 9 is, it has to be a number that's double digits. So let's think of a number that we can use that will break this. 27. 27 remainder of 9 is going to be, well, it can't be 27 because it's 27 minus 1. So if it was 28, 28 minus 1 is 27. This is going to be 0. I still don't understand how this works. He says 10 minus 1 equals 44. Wait, I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck they did here. How does this work? If I have a number 28, 28 minus 1, right? Because it's division first and then adding, right? 28 minus 1 is 27. 27 remainder division of 9 is going to be 0, right? Because it's 27 divided by 9 is 3, but there is no remainder. So that's 0. So then 0 plus 1 is just 1. That wouldn't work. Would that work? Let me think of it. Let me think of it without doing that. 28. 2 plus 8 is what? 10. 10 is 1, 0. Damn, it worked. It did work. It did work. Fuck, it did work. This, what the fuck? That, it's because this must be some sort of mathematical formula that already exists and the person knew the math. So they just wrote the code that would do the math. Let's do 6, 7. Let's do 6, 7. So 6, 7 would be 6 plus 7. That's what? 13. And then 13 is 1 plus 3. That's 4. So the answer would be 4, right? So then using their math, 6, 7 is 66. 66 divided by 9 is what? We'll do the, because there's not an even answer. 66 divided by 9 is 7.33. So that would be 7, right? And then the answer would be 3. And then 3 plus 1 is 4. Fuck, bro. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, dude. I'm an idiot. How do you even come up with this? How do you even come up with this? Motherfucker. What the fuck? This nigga solved the problem with 1 line of code, bro. And it worked. The answer, if it was 6, 7, would be 4. And it worked because 6, 7, you subtract 1, so it's now at 66. 66 divided by 9 is 7.3. The 7 gets dropped. The 3 gets stays there. 3 plus 1 is 4. What the fuck? He says, get it little O a pen and let her cook. This is crazy. And they left no explanation either. That has to be some sort of mathematical formula that already existed. Because I don't know how you'd come up with that. This guy did the same thing, basically. If the number is greater than 10, num's remainder of 9, 0. Damn. I'm stupid. This guy did it a little bit different. Well, in their Swift, they have this Swift explanation. He says, we need to keep adding the digits until we have only 1 digit. Input is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 equals 6. Yes, 6. Input 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6 equals 15. 15, 1 plus 5 equals 6. Yes. Approach. We will use a trick called digital root. 1 plus n minus 1, remainder of 9. Module of 9. Yeah, remainder of 9. The remainder of the division. Why does it work? The key insight is that this formula captures a mathematical property of digital roots. N1, N2, N1, N15. I don't understand how it works, though. He says, why -1 and not +1? +1, N minus 1, right? The rest of the dividend are numbers 0 through 8. So it gets 1 through 9. We have to add 1. Why -1 and then +1? The n minus 1 shifts our numbers to the start from 0. The module 9 creates the repeating cycle. Shifts everything back to match the digital root. Bro, I don't think I can memorize this. And okay, I comprehend a little bit. This is complicated, bro. These niggas, yo, I'm not smart, guys. That's what you guys don't realize. People be watching me on stream thinking I'm smart. I'm not smart, bro. I'm a fucking idiot, chat. Damn. Fucker came in with a crazy intellectual fucking answer. On a job interview, though, they're not gonna make you. They're not gonna make you do that. So I don't need to worry that much, but still. He says, who did you scam for 6 years saying you're iOS engineer? Again, twist my words. Never claimed he's smart. It's not that, Rob. It's not that. I didn't. The requirements you need to pass the job interview are different from the requirements you need to actually fulfill the job. That's the problem with engineering. And when I was an engineer, I didn't have to implement any creativity. I didn't have to do any of that shit. They told me what they needed, and I would just do what they told me they needed. There were no algorithms or any of that shit that needed to be done. But anyways, guys, we've exceeded our time limit here. I don't know what today was, dude. But I guess it works. I guess people want to see somebody write some code. I don't know. Am I crazy? I don't know. Did you guys learn anything today? I don't know. He says, you say that, but this job market is different. It's flooded with engineers fighting for jobs. That's why I need to lock in, Rob. Why do you think I'm doing all this? Do you think I did all this studying when I got my first job? No. I learned the basics and I learned how to code and that was it. But now I'm going to have to go full fucking force. So I am trying to study and learn all this shit because being able to do this, writing a little app that does shit on the screen is not cutting it for these companies, man, because there's too many people competing. Like being able to actually do the job, like build something is anybody can do that. Anybody, if you give anybody 5 months and they're disciplined enough to sit down and study every day, they can build an app like this super easy. They can build an app that's even more advanced. Like, you know, I made the Instagram app. I was showing you guys that I did Instagram. You can sit down after a while and you can build this yourself if you take the time to study. Building something is way different from understanding like the philosophical concepts that underlie what you're doing. Anybody can build something. And right now there's too many people, so I got to lock in and learn how I got to be a master of this shit now. And I'm pretty good at actually understanding the concepts. I'm good at understanding this, but this is way different. Writing code and, you know, being organized and writing this properly is something way different from doing fucking leet code problems like this. This is like something that's not, this is like mathematical. It's like, this is like the mathematical aspect of it. It's like being a mathematician versus being a physicist, right? Writing the actual app, implementing it, building something is like being a physicist. Doing this kind of shit is like being a mathematician. You're just playing tricks with fucking algorithms and shit. Anyways, guys, I gotta end. Octavia's getting frustrated. I haven't eaten anything other than a bowl of oatmeal. I need to eat some fucking protein and relax and figure out what tonight's stream is gonna be about. So I'll catch you guys later. I hope you guys learned something. I hope somebody learned something at least. If not, at least I hope you guys had some fun. And if anybody has any ideas regarding tonight's stream, let me know in the chat, in the Discord. If anybody has any suggestions on topics. Otherwise, I'm going to do a stream like I've been doing the last few days where we just talk about shit that I'm interested in and my life and shit. But if not, let me know what you guys think. Anyways, everybody stay safe. I'll catch y'all later, man. I'm out.